in Moscow, remember, and they had to do most of it. Every day was from day up by the and a half. And then so you're one picture from the lunar surface from the unmanned Chinese probes from 2014 that they're real. Then they fed them Apollo picture after Apollo picture after Apollo picture. It said all of them are fake. It said, smartest thing in the world, just said the moon landings are fake. And if you try to find the original link, believe it or not, here's a screenshot of it at Sabrel.com. It says if you proceed, all the data on your computer will be stolen and you'll be associated with child pornography. That's how desperate they are to bury this. Now, let me answer the two number one, defenses of the moon landing. Well, it involved hundreds of thousands of people, and that many people can't keep a secret. But you got to look a little deeper than that. Okay, the atomic bomb was the biggest secret of World War II. It involved 129,500 people, and only 8 people knew they were building. Imagine Bank of America has 500,000 tellers. Do you think a bank teller and what the CEO know about corruption in the bank are identical? They're completely different. Eugene Krantz, who I've spoken to personally, flight director at Apollo, said someone in the command center at Houston Control can tell no difference whatsoever between a simulation flight and a real flight. Just a bunch of numbers going by on a screen. If they can't tell the difference, then I certainly can't tell the difference as a 40-year-old. Right? And you can't tell the difference 20 years later after the fact. You see?
I actually think it's the opposite. I think the bigger the lie, the easier it is for people to believe it because they can't comprehend that someone would tell a lie that big. So if you're going to tell a lie, tell a whopper because they go, okay, what's that? I mean, why would a person tell us that you have to be evil to tell a lie this big, right? And most people want to believe in this fundamental goodness. They want to believe that, the governments are fundamentally good, so they wouldn't lie this big. So I've always said, I mean, now we're in post-COVID society, so now they realize governments lie big. Like, they go big in order to accomplish what they want to get accomplished. And so I think the scales are definitely falling from people's eyes, and that no longer seems to be a struggle. But what does seem to be a struggle for people is they say, oh, well, we were competing with Russia. Why would Russia, if it was fake, the first people that would have said it would have been Russia? I have a theory on that, but I'd love to hear yours.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say, Candace, because that's really the only second argument. First, let me say, yeah, when I ask people, why will you not accept that the moon landings were fake? They said the government wouldn't lie about something important. Right? They already killed the president. They already killed 58,000 other soldiers, so faking a video is just nothing, right? Well, here's the fact. I have a friend who works in the command center of the Chinese Space Agency. He told me, and I have a video of it at Sabrel.com somewhere, that everybody there knows that the moon missions are fake. They're blackmailing NASA for space technology that Congress wrote a law said it's illegal to give China, but they're doing it anyway, so that they will not expose the moon landing fraud. Putin was at the AI conference. I have a video on my homepage of him being shown the AI just saying the moon missions are fake. He doesn't look surprised at all. In fact, he looks scared that the truth will come out. You see, if I had a picture of a world leader with a prostitute, I could upload it to the internet and bring down that person, and then it's over. Or I could blackmail them year after year after year after year. And that's what the smarter, shrewder Soviets and Chinese are doing. Another good reason for the truth to come out. See?
Well, so I'll tell you what my theory is on that.
Yeah.
I actually think the Russians and the Americans are coordinating with each other because everyone's forgetting about McCarthyism. What was the CIA? They got infiltrated by communists, and it was real. McCarthyism, as we learned in our textbook, is like, oh, he was just paranoid, there were no commies. People were arrested. You had a couple that was put to death because of the Rosenbergs that were put to death for being commies. America got infiltrated by communists, and they secured power in the CIA via blackmail, by the way, And this was something that JFK was aware of. He spoke about the corruption of the CIA, so that he was going to, scatter it to the winds. And I believe that the communists successfully infiltrated the CIA. And if they did that, okay, they successfully infiltrated the CIA, and this even gets into Jack Parsons because he had a very mysterious death, and things that he was saying before his death were quite interesting. There would have been very easy coordination between the communists in Russia and the communists that were in our government. I think our last fight against communism was actually when JFK was president. I think that's what we've been fighting since. Marxist ideas and Marxist principles. We see this coming down the pipeline today. Well, where is it coming from? It's coming from our government. Our government is doing that. So I am of the belief that there may have been some coordination between the two and the space program, and they were aware that it was being faked, and the whole space race was actually just like communist propaganda, and what they were doing was just funneling cash. I mean, obviously, I'm just telling you, like, my instinct about it, whatever more that I look into, like the communist infiltration, but I think it's plausible. Now, China, that throws me for a loop because I can't see why China, outside of blackmail, which blackmail was a huge tool of the CIA, it still is a tool of the CIA, would be okay with it. And you're right, it is a very sophisticated system of blackmail amongst our politicians in America, and so there's no doubt that they would be doing that abroad as well.
Well, we have the federal government breaking their own laws. There's a law that says it's illegal to deceive people with television. That was done after the quiz show scandal, right? There's a law not to sell space technology to China, but they're doing that anyway. They're killing their own people. It's so odd. And the thing is, this is what the news director at NBC, who refused to broadcast it for fear of it cause a civil war, is proof that I found of them thinking being halfway to the moon. But now I'm thinking maybe he's right. I didn't believe him at the time. I thought he was overreacting, but the moon landing fraud, even though it probably killed fewer people, they say that JFK witness list that was knocked off was like 200 people. It may have killed fewer people. Maybe 20 people were killed. But it would anger the public. That's what he says. If the truth of the moon landing fraud comes out, it will so anger the public. It would be the final thing that would bring it down the corruptive system. And yet it's the very thing that some podcasters are afraid to talk about, who claim they want to bring down the corruptive system. They're not using the number one tool. This is the linchpin, the finger out of the dike to bring down the deep state, because they did fake the moon landing. And when people see that candy turn into manure rather than just changing hats on who killed JFK, I think maybe the truth will come out. Maybe we need to pray. The review of the Tower of Babel is out there in the open, unfinished tower. The review of the Titanic, ship God himself cannot see. They shouldn't have said that one. But Nick calling the lie second in greatness only to God making first. This review hasn't come out yet. And I pondered spiritually, well, why is it? Imagine there were a couple just got married, madly in love. One goes to a convention, gets insanely drunk, has an affair. They come back. They either tell them right away and say, look, I want to tell you the truth, divorce me, will. Or they tell them on their 50th anniversary. Maybe there's a purpose delay. The longer people believe the lie, defend the lie with all of these videos, all of these speeches, all of these offenses. Some say, if you are so foolish to believe the moon landing fraud, then it colors everything else that you believe. Maybe you're wrong about that. Well, maybe they need to direct that toward themselves, because they did fake the moon landing. So maybe if they're deceived about that, maybe other things that they believe are wrong as well. And that's the sad and amazing thing. It's not a theory that they faked the moon landing. We have all this proof that they did. It only takes an open mind. Go to Sabrell.com, or maybe I could read it. There's a quote. So someone read my book on the homepage, and he basically said, he saw me on Rogan. He always believed that the moon missions were real, but I laid it out in such simple terms. You can't have greater technology in the past and in the future. Shadows intersecting at 90 degrees. Hello. We showed the clip that everyone agrees is them faking being halfway to the moon, and we have an eyewitness, and we have the AI thing. So he says,
Welcome. How are you?
now I find it absurd.
What's going on, Dad?
There's
no one to fucking talk to
Once
you.
you actually look
Oh,
into
they're
it,
there.
I think part of it is people only hear the one side. It happened, and so it just becomes a founding myth. It's just something that has been ingrained and you've been indoctrinated since your youth, and you've never actually challenged that because, like I said, most people go, well, what would be the point of them doing that? And also, why would all of these nations coordinate? Again, not something that people are questioning now because we realize that we're facing this globalized government. They all seem to be coordinating to enslave the people. So people are willing to confront that plausibility, and all of a sudden we're okay. Like, obviously, there's a lot of evil stuff going on. Why do I think it's just starting now? Clearly, it started a long time ago. But there are people that are implicated in this that are still alive. And so I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. First and foremost, Buzz Aldrin, of interest, was a Freemason. So they get this guy killed who was supposed to be the first person to walk on the moon in very mysterious fire after the CIA visits the campus. These are all facts, readily available facts people can look up. And then they usher in new people that are going to walk on the moon for the first time. They usher in Buzz Aldrin. He does happen to be a Freemason. He is still alive, and he is still perceived as a hero. I struggle to comprehend, and maybe it's just my own spirit, but you have to be a coward or a truly devilish individual to accept like awards and applause and allow people to fawn over you for something that you never did. And that just has to live inside you. I mean, every night you go to bed and you have to know you are a fraud. And he has done this for years. And the only time someone questions him on that, there's a Bible in his face. He loses his temper and punches the guy in the face. Like, well, how is he doing this?
Well, I have a friend who met him at a party in Los Angeles when he was super drunk, and he said, we didn't go. And Buzz told me we've had private conversations that he believes in God, and that's why.
Welcome, Miss Aquarius.
And
how was your day? All right. We'll make it quick then. How you feeling?
I feel good. I'm just tired.
All right.
I can play 2 games and then I'm going to bed.
Sounds like a plan. You have an invitation. Should you choose to accept it?
Here we go.
All right. I see you. All right. I'm just going to be honest with you, Miss Aquarius. I'm going to dominate today.
You what?
I'm going to do really well, I feel.
Oh, yeah, please do.
Oh, but this is a really hard shot, so maybe I'm not going to do as well as I thought I'd do. Oh, I got it! Oh, I got it. Oh, that was fire. Wow. Get it. All right. Just get those. Get that split. Get the two. That's all right. All right. I'll take it, and I'm going to get this one. Oh! Boo! Boo on the gutter. Oh, wow, you put some spin on it. I see you. Welcome. Welcome, Days. How are you? Hope you're living well. How's your day going?
He's my cousin.
Oh, okay. How are you? Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
From a link.
Okay. Was it Discord or was it Blue Sky or what platform?
Yeah.
Excellent.
From
Excellent. Are you guys all 18? You're taking a little long there. Okay, well then tell him he's got to go. You have to be 18 to be in here. All right, that's fine. I don't know what isn't clear about you have to be 18. It literally, to click in here, it says you have to be 18. I don't get it, Miss Aquarius. Nice spare. Is it not clear you have to be 18 to be in here? Like, there's literally like a warning that says.
When we went, they said, "Oh my God, this bot, that's a bot. Oh my God, that bot. We got a bot to be playing."
Go ahead, big dog. Because I don't want to talk with children. How's your day going? Excellent. What exciting things happened to you? Oh, it's been good. Thank you. What exciting things have happened to you today? Just a normal day. Okay. Well, do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years, going back to the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I essentially have more data than any person in global history. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource. It overtook petroleum in 2018, and I have more data archived than any person ever, and that may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, everybody associated with you as wealthy as you could ever imagine. I would like to be able to give you generational wealth. I'd like you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to be able to help the world. How's that sound to you? No, I always thought it was a really good idea. It's basically like a movie that was published in the 1990s called The Truman Show, or it's like a television show known as Big Brother where you could just watch a person's life whenever you wanted. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? All right. Well, essentially, it's a story of a person's life that's totally on camera, 24 hours a day, and that's essentially what I do. What are your the movie? The Truman Show is a movie from. Yes, exactly, with Jim Carrey from the 1990s. Okay. Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I do. So for the last 3.5 years, every moment of my life has basically been on camera, not just on one stream, but on 18 different YouTube streams.
Oh, that's bad.
Thank you, Miss Aquarius. I need a lot of work. Okay, well, feel free to. Oh, thank you so much. I do it for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I also want to be able to help people with world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, cloud seeding, vertical farming. Thank you, Miss Aquarius. Oh, that's okay. I don't. Thank, thank you, Miss Aquarius. I don't want your money. You keep your money. I want to give you money in the future. All right, Miss Aquarius. That's right. All right, it's time for you to get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow, God willing. Okay, go ahead. You speak good. You speak good enough English for me. Your English is very good. You're welcome. Do you speak another language better? Go ahead. Yeah, great question. All right, do you use ChatGPT? You know what ChatGPT is? I understand. So you need to work on your lexicon or your vocabulary so that you have more vocabulary and you become more comfortable with it. So a great way to create glossaries. Glossaries are lists of words and their meaning, basically. You can create glossaries with ChatGPT, and the best way to learn English is to use it. Are you familiar with the English Discord server? Yeah, excellent. Okay, very well. But the best way to do it, I understand, but you're just listening to it that way. The best way to do it is to speak with people just like you're doing right now. So there is an entire Discord server that is dedicated to just learning English. It's just discord.gg/English. I'll send you an invitation to it if you'd like. Basically, it is just created so that people like you who want to learn English a little bit better or a lot better are able to. So let's see here. I'll send it to Days. Uh, let me get your. Yeah, I'll send it to you right now. All right, so you speak Japanese? Oh, okay. All right, so I just sent it to. No, in your profile, there's Japanese stuff, or in one of your profiles. Okay, very cool. All right, so I sent you guys the invitation. There are hundreds of people in there right now speaking English. Feel free to go in there and do exactly what you're doing. Just work on your English skills. There are people there who have beginner, in like introductory English. There are people. It depends. It's good to know both. Oh, that's a good question. American English is generally less complicated to some extent. I mean, more people speak American English than British English, but American English is a derivative of British English. So it's good to know British English. But like for instance, like American English is a little in some words like they're shorter. Like for instance, the word color. The word color in American English is spelled COLOR. In British English, it's COLOUR. Basically, people in America took some British words, British English words, and just made them simpler. But um, that doesn't mean that British English isn't important to know as well. It's important to know both.
No, I watch players talking
Yeah,
so and
excellent. Well, then, if you're more comfortable with that, then go with what you're more comfortable.
yeah,
Do you know who Joe Rogan is? It's the biggest podcast in the world. Do you know what a podcast is?
I guess I don't know.
You don't know what a podcast is? That's okay. I bet you know what a podcast is, though. It's basically like an odd
Podcast?
podcast. Yes, a podcast.
Oh, I know podcast.
Excellent. Well, Joe Rogan has the biggest one in the world. And so, yeah, but yeah, but what I do, just one moment. There's this thing that I have that's valuable. I'll show you. Just one moment. So I use subtitles that are very helpful. So if you see like you turn subtitles on, it will be very helpful to you. And then I also have subtitles in another language. So I have subtitles in English and I have subtitles in Yiddish because just those are two languages with which I have some comfort. Do you see there? It has English and then below it you see like a Hebrew script.
Can you see it again?
Sure. So do you see on the screen there are subtitles?
Yeah, title.
Exactly. So that's what you want to do. In all the videos that you watch, you want to have subtitles.
I
Now,
did. I what I did. I look what title. When I remove the title, I can't understand very well. Some words are fast. They
I understand. So one thing that's helpful, at least there's this add-on, this extension that I use that's called Language Reactor that allows you to do subtitles in two languages. So you do subtitles in the language with which you have the most comfort, and then you have it in English. So that you are able to see the words right next to each other. So I would say that that's a beneficial thing that you can do. You should know though, More than anything, I'm here if you ever need me. If you ever would like assistance in English, I've been an English teacher. I'm certified teaching English as a foreign language. I am willing to help you with anything that you need. So you can always feel free to reach out to me.
And I ask why
Absolutely.
America and why?
Why does America need it?
Why?
Why do I speak English?
No, I mean why there is English.
Oh, why are there subtitles in English? Because I get people who watch this from all over the world.
No. Wait. No. When you
Yeah.
there's class thing.
Because you need to learn how to use the language properly. So, for instance, when you're starting out in school, you don't know very many words. You might know mommy and daddy, like mom and dad. You might know ball, but you don't have a very big vocabulary. Additionally, you don't know how to spell. So you need to learn your.
But there's a lot of words.
That's true. And you need to learn them.
How many?
That's a good question. English is expanding all the time, but we'll find that out right now to find out how many words currently we have in English. Just for a moment. How many words are there in English? Approximately 171,000. But when you get into archaic and technical terms, like old terms or technical terms, it's over 1,000,000. The number of words a person who knows English knows generally is about 20,000 to 35,000. There are about 470,000 in the dictionary, though.
I know about 1,000, 500.
Well, that's good. You speak very good English, and you
I
should.
don't use English.
Well, your English is good.
Sometimes I speak my own language.
That's okay. We all do. Your English is very good, though.
Yeah.
For how long have you been speaking English?
Like
Well, you're doing really well.
I need more.
Most certainly. English is a lifelong pursuit. So just know that it comes slowly, but the more that you use it, the more beneficial it will be. Even people born in England or the United States don't know English necessarily immediately. It's something that even people who have it in their own homes need to learn better.
English most need
Yeah, because it's the language of business primarily. That's why the British Empire had a huge reach to the world. So many people in India speak English, which is the most populous country in the world, and people in the United States, which is a very advanced country in the world, and of course, its place of origin, which is England. But Canada uses it. Many, like South Africa, uses it. Ireland uses it. Australia uses it. And because it has a global reach, it's an important language to learn.
like for script more things.
That's correct.
So if you want to succeed, you need to learn English.
I mean, English is a really great one to learn. I don't want to say one language is any better than any other language, but if you want to do business in the world in the 21st century, English is an excellent language to know. The other really excellent language to know is Chinese.
Chinese is a lot of
That's correct. If I were to learn two languages, perhaps, to do business on a global scale, English and Chinese are two great ones. But one at a time. If I had to learn between the two, I think English is probably more beneficial because
you can't talk the word talking
ex- exactly. And the reason why is the British Empire had many colonies. And so they had South Africa where they speak English, and Australia where they speak English, and Canada where they speak English, and the United States where they speak English. And so our parents and grandparents and great grandparents became associated, either came from England or came from Europe or one of those areas generally, a lot of times, not always. And English became the primary language that was used. But things are changing in the United States where Spanish is being used a lot in many households. So it's not that everybody here speaks English, but the majority of people in the United States speak English.
so in English. Like a lot of a lot of my mind, but I talk was
That,
has this notion.
that happens to everyone. You're not alone. There are a lot of words that I know that sometimes I'm using and I have to take a moment to think about what word I want to use, especially technical words or words I don't use that often. So don't feel alone. A lot of people have issues with,
Problem.
yeah, problems finding the right word.
Thank you for your advice. Advice.
Absolutely. You can
I mean,
you can consider us friends. Feel free to come back when
I can't say what uh, maybe, more important.
well,
I think
good.
you can make it better.
Excellent. Well, I'm here to do that. If you ever need any assistance or advice, I'm here. I'm always available to you. So come in. You can come in every day, multiple times a day. If you ever have a question with English or you have a new word that you learned and you want to tell me about it, feel free to. We'll talk about it.
Thank you. I know.
You don't have to say anything. Just you're
Thank you.
welcome. You're welcome.
I can just say thank you.
You're
That's
welcome.
all.
You're welcome.
Right now, I'm tired.
Absolutely. I understand. Feel free to come back tomorrow. Tell me all about what you've learned in English. I'd love to help you in any way that I can. If you need an English tutor, I'll do it for free.
Take care.
Take care, my friend. Bye bye.
one of the, but I wasn't. Notice this is a girl, like, are you crap? Like, cross the line. I don't know what cross. Stop. That most. I have this friend, when you gay, or all the all the damn, I live when you that's something very like nothing. Yeah. Well, that's it. Because there's a guy, Turing test, test out, I just sent this test, and this test where you can talk to a computer and document which is which forced medication, and they forced medication. No, that's they forced but hormone blocker. That's a castration. That's it. Not a guy essentially. Everybody's don't like that. I'm pretty sure that's the year well, don't know, but it's called chemical castration. And by the way, things probably hormone. Talking talking of a child, now, oh, it's the fucking fuck shit castration. Well, child, they get on hormone blocker. What I think I like like 13, 15 pressure testosterone. That occurring with by the advice of his brother entered in Murray was brought to trial on the 30th of March 1993 was convicted of probation on agreement to undergo hormonal stitching designed as known as chemical castration, death adoption injection, what was then called now known as doctoral or synthetic body course of 1 year treatment rendered during incident and caused breast form. Letters down I shall emerge from knowledge but twice I found out learned this Charlie County. That's so correct. Turning out as part of I previously at age 41 I did whole thing that founder so crap work great work but how British so Well, I have a friend who met him at a party in Los Angeles when he was super drunk, and he said, we didn't go. And Les told me we've had private conversations that he believes in God, and that's why he didn't swear on the Bible, and he walked on the moon. And he said the other day, I think he endorsed somebody for president, and then he had the audacity to say, God bless America. God is not going to bless America. When its greatest accomplishment is a lie, God's not going to bless America. When friends of his, Gus Grissom and White Roger Chaffee, were murdered because he cooperated. If he had protested, if Buzz had protested, maybe those people would still be alive. Maybe the coworker at Cannon Air Force Base would still be alive. So the idea that he can say, God bless America, give me a break. And, it was when I called him a coward, which is when he punched me. He didn't. That was what really pierced him. But he is. Of course, I have been too. I've been a coward. I've been a liar. I've been a thief. I work every day to, do what is right and to struggle against temptation. But he is. And the reason he is because he's afraid to look back. You see, the man
Or
who
he's
died.
scared he's going to get murdered.
No, I think he's afraid to look bad. That's it. It's a vanity. You see, he could become my hero if he told the truth on his deathbed, just like Cyrus Eugene Akers did. I'm a murderer. I have to set things right. He's afraid to look bad. He's told all of his entourage and all of his fans. He's pulled out paper clips from his closet that he claims were on the moon and sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars at Sotheby's auction, which is a fraud, right? You see, he's afraid to look bad. That's what you're afraid of. The interesting thing about, I think it's the second chapter to the last chapter, Revelation, it lists a long time list of behaviors that will prevent you from entering eternal life. Immorality and stealing and drunkenness and all this. But what's first on the list? Cowardly. Why did all these millions of people take medicine for an illness they didn't even have? Out of fear of death. And I know 4 people who died from that medicine. Immediately had a reaction and immediately died. 4 people. Right? They were tricked. The Bible says, I think it's Hebrews chapter 4, that the devil holds mankind in slavery because of their fear of death. Why are whistleblowers not coming forward? Because of their fear of death. My source, who is at Cannon Air Force Base, his son, who I confirmed this information with, days later, his house was broken into by, I guess, the CIA. He had security cameras that knew password. They took everything about his father, no proof. And then they came back a couple of days later and threatened to kill him and his family if he ever spoke about his father's speech in the moon landing fraud ever again. You see, there are all these people in the government who know the truth, could come forward and bring it down, but they're afraid to lose their house. They're afraid to lose their car. They're afraid to lose their pension. they're afraid to lose their life. Hello, you're gonna die anyway.
All right, guys, today's show is sponsored by 7 Weeks Coffee. Now, why are they called 7 Weeks Coffee? Because 7 weeks of baby is the size of a coffee bean, and it's the same time that a heartbeat is clearly detected on an ultrasound. That's why they donate 10% of every sale to support pregnancy centers across the country. They've raised over $500,000 for these centers, and they have saved over 5,000 lives. Now I'm going to tell you about the coffee because you know I'm quite picky about what I put into my body. It's mold-free, pesticide-free, shade-grown, low acid, and it's organically farmed. Checks all of the boxes. Plus, just in time for the holidays, 7 Weeks Coffee is having their biggest promotion of the year yet. You can enjoy exclusive discounts, free gifts with every order, plus a new limited edition coffee. Whether you're looking for stocking stuffers or the perfect roast, 7 Weeks Coffee will have you covered this Christmas. Exclusively for my listeners, if you go to 7weekscoffee.com and you use code Candace, you'll get up to 25% off your order. Remember, your order will directly help support a network of over 900 pro-life organizations across the United States. It's actually incredible how many of speaking of the souvenirs brought back from the moon, were determined to be fraudulent. I mean, I think it might have been in the Netherlands where they had this rock in the museum, and then suddenly they realized, wait a minute, they went and tested it, and this rock was from Arizona, and they had it certified from the United States government, signed, everything, and they went, we tested this rock, and this is from Arizona, and the government was like, oopsies. It's like, guys, how much more proof do you need? I mean, even the moon rocks, they've been able to determine how many of these were completely fraudulent, and, you know, I think it ended up being like petrified wood that they sent them, and just told them it was from the moon, which, yeah, go on.
Neil Armstrong says he personally picked up this rock, put it in his pocket, and personally delivered it to the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. They sealed it. The curator watched my movie, got curious, opened it up after midnight secretly, and it was petrified wood. And so all of this proof, basically, I hate writing nonfiction. It's so tedious. I spent 15 years writing my book, 2 years editing it. And it's interactive. There are 17 video clips that you can see for free at Sabrel.com, but if you want the book, it's in audio that I read, Kindle or print, and I back up with video clips everything that I'm saying, including a NASA employee saying that there's this huge field of radiation that surrounds the Earth that most people don't know about. It's 30,000 miles thick. Every manned mission has been well below that, except going to the moon. And the technology to go through the radiation to the moon and survive has not been invented yet.
My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice. Once up, once back. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Okay, so he just said we must solve these radiation challenges before we send people through this region of space. That means the radiation challenges have not been solved yet. They have to solve the radiation problem before they send people through this region of space, and those problems have not been resolved yet. So how did the Apollo astronauts go to the moon? When I asked this guy for the Geiger counter readings of the unmanned probe they sent into the radiation, he said that was a military secret. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. When you send probes to the sun to find out the temperature of the sun is just nature. It's not a military secret. When they sent probes to Jupiter to find out how much helium is in Jupiter's atmosphere, that amount of helium is just nature. It's not a military secret. So why would the amount of radiation surrounding the Earth be a military secret? Because if they disclosed it, it would prove that they didn't go to the moon. The guy just said so. To solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Right. I even saw that they were doing, and I'm saying this obviously, no, we're not reporting, Mark, but that they were doing models in 2005 talking about how they would have to solve to get through the belt, and they were on the NASA website. They put up these proposed scenarios where use cinder blocks. And this is 2005. It's like, what do you mean? Why are you trying to put together scenarios to get through the Van Allen belt? You're supposed to have done this 40 years ago. And that was something that was included in the wagging the moon doggy piece. And he showed the models from the NASA website, which they eventually took down because it kind of debunked that they went there the first time. Like, how are we going to get through the Van Allen belt? Grappling with that in 2005 doesn't really make sense. You should already have a solve for that. Maybe because it's God. God speaks about the firmament. Maybe that's the biblical firmament.
I don't know. You know, the Earth could be a triangle. I don't know. I don't care. Fortunately,
neither do I.
A geography exam is not necessary to enter eternal life. The issue is not the shape of the Earth. The issue is the corruption of the United
No, I
States.
just mean the firmament beyond the Earth, like not being able to get past. I'm saying maybe that is the biblical firmament that you can't get past, that radiation.
That could be it, exactly. Maybe that's the way God set it up, that we just stay here. You know, I don't know. But it's scary when you have the most powerful nation on earth faking the greatest accomplishment of mankind, and you have sincere people who are sincerely wrong defending the criminals that they abhor. Because they don't want to give up the glorious moon landing. It's pride. It's pride. People have to be willing to be wrong. Every chapter of my book has a quote. I read one from Carl Sagan. Here's one from Men in Black 3, right? That shows the Apollo launch. It says the bitterest truth is better than the sweetest love. You see, we have to have that kind of heart. And then Mark Twain says it's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. If a college professor so in love has made a god
Today is 48 days, which is 6
he
weeks
says
and
an
6 days of
Apollo
the lunar
astronaut
year.
confessing wouldn't deter his belief. He'd still think he walked on the moon anyway. That's what
and
we're
there's
up
an element
against.
of that where the propaganda begins to seep into people's minds. We talk about this all the time, like me and my producer, my director, and you really see that there's certain things that are really aimed towards little boys and aimed towards little girls, and there's no question that, like, NASA, being an astronaut, like, as well as dinosaurs, it's like that is very much pushed on little boys from the time that they're young. And I think that men in particular struggle with even considering the plausibility that NASA may not be real, that, the moon landing might not be real. And it's interesting because a former colleague of mine, we used to always debate this, like a friendly debate, Matt Walsh, and really what it came down to is I would say, Matt, you are so willing to recognize all the corruption of government. We have these conversations all the time about government lying about COVID. I find it so strange that you won't let go of this one. He says something, and I think it's very telling about where a lot of people are on this. He says, well, if this isn't real, then what you're saying is that the greatest feat of mankind didn't actually happen. The greatest feat of Americans isn't actually real. And what does that say about America? And I think it's that question that they're not willing to confront, because what it actually means is that, that greatness it's fraudulent. That is the truth. Like, the greatest thing we ever did was trick the world into believing that we did something, And I do think that's hard to wrestle with.
The country can go back to a noble country that's admirable. But the only way to do that is to confess the sin. You can't keep painting over the mold. You have to acknowledge it and get rid of it. It's odd that person thinks there'd be a conspiracy to deceive people about illness going around the world, even though the former vice president of a certain pharmaceutical company says there wasn't a reason, for what they did. And that he believes the medicine is not good for you and that it may kill people instead. He thinks that people are willing to kill millions of people but not fake a video image. You see how it's bonded into people's heart that the moon is real?
Yeah, it is.
We have to, if anyone who becomes president of the United States really wants to get the public support behind them, they need to, from day one, acknowledge that the moon missions are fake, force Buzz Aldrin to confess or throw him in jail, and acknowledge who shot JFK and acknowledge who did it from the very beginning. Start with the moon landing fraud. Start with the one that's going to get people's attention. Tell the world they did do it. Let's set things right. He'll have 90%, or she'll have 90% of the people behind them as president if they try to set things right. But you have to confess. You can't keep sweeping it under the rug, or you're complicit to that particular crime. We have, you mentioned before, that we have a list of people who were at Cannon Air Force Base. Some of them are still alive. I thought, I have it here. Let's just read that list. You know, President Johnson was on the top of the list. My source, Cyrus Eugene Akers, was the chief of security at Cannon Air Force Base. Now, every branch of the military has their intelligence special ops division, and the Army does, the Navy does, and the United States Air Force's special ops division is at Cannon Air Force Base. My guy was the chief of security, securing the most greatest secret of all time. President Johnson gave him a list. These 15 people are allowed in to observe, and no one else. President Johnson, this is probably why he didn't run for re-election when he was eligible, because they were going to fake the moon landing, and who knew you would get away with that one? He got caught. Didn't want to have anything to do with that. Neil Armstrong was there, but only as an observer. They use a double in the TV pictures. Edwin Aldrin Jr., Buzz Aldrin was there. Werner von Braun, former Nazi, who, according to the State Department, was about to be thrown in jail, but then he died, right? Robert Emenegger, never heard of this guy. This guy's a science fiction consultant for the military. He's being used by the government to trick people into believing in UFOs. This guy who goes around saying UFOs are real, well, his number one source that they're real, the Apollo astronauts told himself. So this disclosure about aliens, if they wanted to keep aliens a secret, it would be a secret. So the fact that they're disclosing it means they're trying to trick you into believing that they're aliens. Eugene Kranz, flight director, he was there. James Webb, a NASA administrator, was there. Joseph Kerwin, he was a future NASA astronaut. Thomas Paine was the NASA deputy administrator. Glenn Lunny, he was a flight director. Christopher Kraft, he was a mission control founder. James Van Allen, okay? We have a clip at Sabrel.com, just uploaded it, where he says originally it was published in Scientific Journal 1959. He says the radiation surrounding the Earth that you have to go through to the moon is 100 times greater than a lethal dose. He was there. Arthur Trudeau was Army intelligence. A person by the name of Donald Simon, we think they're Navy intelligence, and Grant from Norway, we think maybe they're CIA. Some of these people are alive. I contacted some of these people before I published the book because somebody asked me to let them know. I was about to publish their name, and that provoked my source's house being broken into and him being threatened. So I think they're guy spies following the bad guy spies, and that's why they wanted me to let them know I had their name on the list, and we certainly got a reaction out of them. So I don't know. It's so sad that this is our country. I remember, Candace, like I said, I'm the fanboy, right? When I popped in that tape that said don't show to the public, and I'm like, that's not a 1-foot model of the Earth, is it? No, surely not. That the lights come up and it is, I just wept. I'm like, oh my gosh, they really did fake the moon landing. How sad is that? I'm a patriot. I want America to be an honorable country, and we have to confess our sins. If the CIA killed Kennedy, let's just say so. Either keep the CIA, reform it, or get rid of it, or do something else. If we fake the moon landing, let's just say so, right? I'm not against space travel. We should probably try to take care of every human being on Earth. Make sure they have concrete floors and indoor plumbing. Surprisingly, Bill Gates doesn't go to Africa to give people plumbing and concrete floors. He gives them injections. But I'm not sure
Well, it's funny you bring that up because that was the moment for me that cracked it all open. Comprehending a lie that could be so big and so sinister for me. Where it was vaccines. I was vaccine injured, and I started looking into vaccines, and I realized that the science behind it was completely fraudulent, and they were actually making kids sick, and doing this intentionally, knowing that the whole vaccine industry, the history that they tell you, how they stomped out polio. I mean, it is this one of the established founding myths of big pharma. We eradicated polio, and so once I came to terms with that, like how wrong I could be on something, like calling people anti-vaxxers, believing they were all crazy when in reality these people were telling the truth. I then came to terms with, I think it humbled me. I had humility. I was willing to, even if I arrive at a different conclusion, I will listen to something that I think is crazy. Like, I don't believe that the Earth is flat, but I wouldn't dismiss a flat earther in the way that I would have 10 years ago because of this vaccine thing. And so that humility allowed me in many ways to just open my mind. And you sometimes you'll hear stuff, you look into it and you go, no, I still think that's pretty crazy. But the moon landing was one where I always felt it was not right, and then I looked into it and I was like, no, this just actually didn't happen. Like, that was not even something that was a struggle for me to get there, and then comprehending really this era of C.S. Lewis type scientism that we're in, where really what they're doing is establishing a church, a faith. Science now become a faith. It is not a true science. And, it's just believe, trust the experts, trust NASA, trust this. And to the point where we're now at a place where people won't believe their own eyes. Like you said, even if you showed them how they faked it, he's like, I still wouldn't believe it. I'm so committed into this in my heart to this founding myth, but I'm not willing to undo it. That's incredible. That really tells you the success of modern psychology. And we're recognizing that if you turn something into a movie, if you do the movie Apollo 13 and you get people crying in a theater and you teach them in the classroom from the time they're young and you sell them spaceships and t-shirts that say NASA and also the Challenger thing, looking into that is crazy. That also seems to be a sort of weird thing that happened, but you get everyone to watch these moments. I mean, you're talking about mass scale propaganda, which has been studied by the CIA for a very long time, and I have no doubt in my mind that the moon landing hoax was a major piece of that, especially when you look into everything that they were up to in the 60s. I mean, MK Ultra, Charles Manson, there was just too much crazy stuff going on with the CIA in the 60s for me to believe. But the one thing they really kept above bar was the NASA program. The Apollo program was above board. But yeah, they were drugging everybody with LSD, faking the Charles Manson thing involved in there. But they were above board on the moon landings. Absolutely not.
Yeah, there's no eyewitnesses. People don't realize that. No eyewitnesses, only a TV picture controlled by the federal government. And everyone wanting to believe the lies. Richard Nixon said the greatest
No
threat.
one was there for takeoff, like in person?
Well, no, for takeoff, yeah, but I'm talking about actually what they claim they did is on the moon. They had to go up, to at least, do as much as they could. They just never left Earth orbit. That's why 55 years later, they still can't leave Earth orbit. That's why there's mannequins orbiting the moon. They said in 2014 and 2018 they'd have people orbiting the moon 100% behind schedule. Years later, they have mannequins orbiting the moon because they would be killed because of the radiation. Their own employees held that up. And it just boggles the mind. It's right there. He says technology survived the trip is not invented yet. And Nixon said the greatest threat in 1969 to America wasn't China, wasn't Russia. It was people protesting the federal government over the Vietnam War. So they gave him a pep rally. The code name, according to my source, was personally created by President Johnson. He called the fake moon landing code name Slam Dunk. Because if you fake the moon mission, you can have a 100% guarantee of its success. So it's a slam dunk. And so they guaranteed it. They gave everybody something to cheer about, something to unite the country. And everyone wanted to believe it, and everyone assumed that the government would tell the truth, and yet it was so easy. If a controller in the command center can't tell the difference between a real flight and a simulated one, and there's no independent press coverage, and it's that fuzzy little picture, why did Gilligan's Island go from black and white to color in 1964, but the most technologically advanced organization, NASA, has a fuzzy black and white picture on the moon? I wonder why. They don't have as sharp this picture as Gilligan's Island. I wonder why. Because it would reveal the fake sets. In fact, I think it was Ron Howard's grandfather warned him that the moon landings were fake, but he wouldn't listen. He grew up, with Apollo toys. He wanted to make this IMAX movie showing all the Apollo footage at the highest resolution possible. So he goes to NASA. They say, well, give us a couple of days. And 2 days later, they say we accidentally lost and erased all of the original videotapes right before he transferred them to HD. Then there's a clip you can see on my website of NASA's own employees saying they intentionally destroyed all of the Apollo equipment, all of the schematics, all of the hardware, all of the engineering, all of the original telemetry, all of the original videotapes. Now, if Bill Gates spent an equivalent of $250 billion to build the first supercomputer and it worked great, do you really think he would throw it in a furnace and all the diagrams on how it got built? No. Maybe they should have done that with the atomic bomb, but like I said, 10 years later, they're 1,000 times more powerful. So why would they destroy everything? If you really went to the moon and really spent an equivalent of $250 billion, the last thing you would do would be to destroy all the documentation, but that's exactly what they did, which is only what you would do if you perpetrated a fraud. So really, indirectly, the fact that they destroyed evidence is proof of the fraud, because if you really would, you would never do that. See that?
Christmas is just around the corner, and if you're still searching for the perfect gift, or you just want to treat yourself, think shopping for love, revitalize your skin, or an unforgettable 10% off your IMI. It makes entirely no sense, like you said. Yes, it's incredible how much of the evidence accidentally got lost, or they say it accidentally got lost, but in reality it was destroyed, and it makes entirely no sense. Like you said, they would have been so keen to preserve every piece of that because, like, they made human history. I mean, they were next to God, according to them, and you're right, that is blasphemous. I do want to ask you as a final really big question here, because I've grappled with this myself, and I don't know where I land at, because I so am committed to the idea that the moon landings are completely fraudulent and that it's been a hoax, and we will direct people to your website, and I will also give them the article that I read, which is laugh out loud funny. It was called Wagging the Moon Doggy, and it essentially says the exact same thing, that, they wanted to go to war, they needed a distraction, people were upset, and it gave them a distraction, and they even wanted to pretend they got stuck on Apollo 13, because then they were super distracted when they stopped being interested in the moon landings. But Elon Musk, talk about Elon Musk, okay? Because I think what he did with X is heroic, freeing the bird, saving speech, in my opinion. I think he's brilliant. I struggle to believe that someone with his mind would believe the moon landing. I just struggle to believe that. He knows he's done these space missions. He knows that he has not been able to get past the Van Allen belt, or a manned mission. Like, he could not do that himself if he wanted to, a manned mission beyond the Van Allen belt, and yet he says, of course the moon landing happens. What do you make of that?
I've never seen a clip of him saying it.
He tweeted it. I saw it, and he responded to I think it was my buddy Matt Walsh, and he was like, of course it happened.
But what I saw is him saying the Apollo missions are a historical anomaly, meaning they're out of place, logically, according to technological development. The fact is, he's a billionaire who has his dreams, and he can spend billions of dollars buying X, losing money, buying rockets, whatever. He has dreams he wants to fulfill. Why not? If I were a billionaire, I'd make all my feature films I want to make. The fact is, he needs the federal government's cooperation. He needs NASA's cooperation to do what he wants to do. So he's not going to rock the boat. He said it's a historical anomaly. I know that he knows that they didn't go to the moon. I know he has a copy of my book. So he knows.
Yeah, in the back, he used to in the past say more, but now it seems like he's kind of towing the line a bit more.
Here's what he actually did say, okay? He said in order to go to the moon, they're going to have to make a minimum of 8 fuel trips first. Okay. So how did they go in one rocket? One of the things we disclose in my book is the original findings of von Braun. He says the idea to go to the moon in one rocket is dangerous. It will take a minimum of 3 rockets, each weighing 800,000 tons. Saturn V only weighed 2,500 tons.
And the maker of Saturn V also said that it couldn't get them to the moon.
There's a TED Talk. The guy says in order to go to the moon, it may take up to 24 fuel trips. We don't know. So the rocket could not leave Earth orbit. Von Braun said so in his own writing. He said these numbers are mathematically irrefutable. I have a video at Cabral.com of him saying a space station has to be built first, and you have to ferry up fuel. Okay, I guess to not throw him in jail in 1969, which they're about to do years later, they blackmailed him into participating in the fraud. So why is it, as things get more efficient, we now need 8 to 24 rocket fuel trips to go to the moon when we could do it with 1969 technology in one rocket? You see that? So he said 2 statements that indicate that he knows better. He says it's an historical anomaly, meaning that technology is out of place sequentially, which is because they can only go 1,000th the distance to the moon today with 5 decades better technology. And then he said you're going to need 8 trips first. You didn't need that with the 1960s equipment. What's the problem here? You see? So he knows that they didn't go to the moon, and he's trying to play ball because he wants, to have NASA.
He's got government contracts now, and I think that's it because you're right. If you look in the past, he kind of drops these little nuggets to make it seem like he kind of knows the moon landing didn't happen. Then you fast forward to like the last 2 years, and I'm pretty sure he tweeted, like, I don't understand people who don't think the moon landing didn't happen, or something like that. It just seems like he's kind of towing a different line now, which is fine. I just wanted to bring it to your attention because, I think people have looked to him as someone who's really willing to stand up to the deep state because of what he did with X, and now they're starting to ask questions like, did even he kind of go, okay, I'm tired of fighting these dragons, and just like I've just got to give them one thing and just say, okay, I will kowtow to the moon landing narrative. I hope not, but I am totally on board with you, and we are going to obviously show all of the clips that you spoke about today throughout this episode. We'll be going back and editing it in. If you guys are watching that, that's why you might see some clips being jumped in. And I just want people to know where they can go. You've mentioned the website a few times. If you could just spell it so that they know where they can go to look at these clips and to find your documentary.
Yeah, just my last name.com, S as in Sam, I, B as in boy, RDL, Sabrel.com. My 15 years of writing is in this book, which contains probably 30 years of research. It's an interactive book. It's an audio that I read myself, Kindle or print, and all the links you can see right now at Sabrel.com.
Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. If you are listening to this, this is the power of thinking. And like I say, what I always want to do is give you the permission to think.
Someone loves gangsters.
They happen. That's okay. Bring back the ability to think and the ability to think completely on your own independent opinions. I remain a moon landing did not happen stand. I'm not going to ever change my mind on that. So right ahead, write your article, journal. It's going to be a total coup for not believing in your own self. You get way too angry about it for me to a single shred of what you were saying. See you guys tomorrow.
Oh, beautiful. Look at this. Nobody even gets gang signs up behind the back. I do though, because I'm a pimp. What would she say if you called her a beach? I'd be like, dog, baby, I called you a beach. That's my Peruvian friends. Beach, baby. Oh, what is this bullshit? Look at this. No, gang signs. Mardi Gras, bitches.
Remember that steak stuff that we make? What do you call it? Trash can? Yes. Yeah, right. The trash can. Crazy. Peppers, onions, cheese, fucking everything. Crazy. But that's it. Things change. I think, yeah. I've got, being fucking captured. Oh, and the little time. I remember that, right? Fucking down here, not having big money, drive back in the hotel room, drive back to night, and looking at this shit, like, block traffic, how much, how pasteurization just changed. Yes. Something happened here. Yep. I'm not talking about 4 or 5 people. Every that's how civilization changed. Just with it. It's been fucking. Yes, it is real. Real things change. Yeah. But also, there's places that really rest on their laurels too much, and whenever that happens, or another place rise up, offer something more interesting. Like Los Angeles was always Los Angeles. Gavin talks about California. You know, I'm very big on, very bullish on California. California has all this industry. They're all about it. The only reason why they don't, because it's too. If it was like every business could instantly pull up root and replace everything and have everything running in a week at the other place, they'd all be gone. They just get too expensive. It's too expensive to leave versus what you save and regulations that you wouldn't have to go through and all the bullshit with all the permits and all that. What California does is overregulate everything. They get as much government involved as possible, suck as much tax money out of you as possible, and then they still replace it. Still have homelessness everywhere. Still a fucking. It's still a woke shit show, virtue signaling at every level of the government. Like no course correction at all. They're going further and further into La La Land, and you're like, Jesus Christ! And so a place like Austin, you know, because it's not like that here. And people are very reasonable in Austin. The best thing about Austin is it's a blue city in a red state. So it's like bound. Like the saying they have out here, keep Austin weird and surrounded. So Austin is surrounded by rednecks with guns and a big tone.
The Rogan podcast. How the fuck don't you people know what Joe Rogan is? Have you ever heard of podcasts? Well, English isn't my first language. Okay, I get that. There. I'm like, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck is you, son? All day. What's up, beautiful?
Or South by Southwest. One of the last year, he brought like a bus head up somewhere in Austin. You gotta open here, you'd be killing it. Especially if you don't care. They just don't know where it is. Brooklyn, bro, I want to keep that my mansion. Like playing out here. He can't survive as Italian neighborhood though. That guy's the most guy. They get fixed. Yeah, they coming in really a lot of it, a lot of it, peppers, all the stuff they have, you know, some fried peppers, tomatoes, they import all that. They gotta get that. No, then if it goes there, then it's gotta ship, boat, all the way. You drive once, magic, and every move. That's it. That's the drink is amazing. So, Well, every day. So you said character. He became our friend. When we first started going there, we were 10 every time we would do shows down, Greece County. But I only 15 years. Which way? Like I was born. Bringing on pride of it. Remember that steak stuff that you make? What do you call it? Trash can? Yes. That's right. Yeah. A trash can. It was crazy. Peppers, onions, cheese, fucking everything. Okay. It's crazy. So much like that. It drove it. Oh, yeah. I think it's 99, yeah. Boston, I'm very big on California, very bullish on California. California is there all about. They don't, it's because it's difficult. If it was like every business instantly pull up root and replace everything and have everything running in a week at the other place, they'd all be, they just, it's too expensive. It's too expensive to leave what you save and regulations that you would have to go through, bullshit, with all the permits and all that. What California does is over-regulate. They get as much government involved as possible, get as much tax money out of you as possible, and then they still have almost still fucking bad. It's still a shit show, virtue signal, every level still. But no course correction at all. Further and further in the la-la. And you're like, Jesus Christ. And people are very reasonable. Austin, the best thing about Austin is it's a blue in a red state. So it's like bound. The saying they have out here, keep Austin weird and surrounded. So Austin is surrounded by rednecks with guns. And it keeps the tone more meat. Like the Austin liberals, much more left of center people like we are. You know what I mean? Like in some parts of the country, we're like far right. You and I, far right. Great. It's fucking ridiculous. But it's because everybody went nuts. And everyone demands the whole series of things you have to agree to in order to be a person. So the real problem is that only thing with the real problem, I didn't realize it fucking that everybody's too busy tapping. When the fires happen, those women they all got gel in their hands. They all got a tattoo on their neck. God forbid they can't fool one bucket. God forbid. And that's the problem nowadays. Maybe I'm great. This is my idea. It's great. It's gonna work. It's not working. Right. But it ain't working. The ego is so big. They don't have the heart. Right. You're absolutely right. But I don't entirely their fault. It's their fault. But the culture of that kind of problem, protected class, gay, lesbian, and they become big one. Ramaswamy talked about this very interesting. Like it's the tyranny of the underprivileged. How do you call it? The tyranny of the marginalized, something along those lines. But the idea of a group of people that they get so above everything. Everything you do is amazing. Oh my God, you're so fabulous. Who wants to be thought of as homophobic or transphobic? So you pretend that everything they do is incredible. You're going to be the best firefighter ever. Like, can you carry a burning man out of the building? Girl, you don't have to. If he was in that building, he should have been in that building in the first place. Last year, out, we got other problems. That firefighter said that. In response, can she carry her husband out? Like, no, you can't. So you shouldn't be a firefighter. But you shouldn't be a bouncer. If you can't be a firefighter. You shouldn't be a firefighter if you can't carry something. If you can't run up a flight of stairs with 200 pounds having a woman. No. You shouldn't be a firefighter. You should have to be in like really good shape. Cross. Like, yeah, that's what it means to be a firefighter. Like, even guys. Like, if you're a guy and you're fucking strong, never work out, all you do is smoke cigarettes, maybe you shouldn't be a firefighter. So maybe you can. If you can't get up that fucking flight of stairs, it should be it's a physical stuff. You're have to physically carry rescue. Firefighters for the fucking big men. Guys, Ray the fireman. Everybody was joking. Basically, Ray the fireman was in a fucking house. Big fucking like big Irish guy. You know, like of course the guy is gonna kick down a door, carry your fucking husband, throw him over his shoulder, run through the flames, throw him on the lawn. He does it all the time. He's an animal. Like those levels. Fireman, they would buy. I forgot. Real gas. Oh, it wasn't that. I hope it didn't get shot. Hey, Joey, they got good. Bad. Good on the Sopranos. Bad was it. Watch the movie. Yes, watch it. Play your own. Depends on if you're a regular guy, there's not you can ask. I said, watch that. Like, Jared Leto pulled that off. Died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. 2008, age of 85. When did he die? How for the show? Go pull it back up again. He died in 2008. So the show was running in 2008, right? Was Sopranos still in 2008? No. That was off by that? No, 2009 maybe. Let's find that out. Then we'll answer. But I would have been a guy, back to the neighborhood, and you playing right up past the west. So that's the one. That's another thing about like fuck. Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon, he's just one of us. Just we're all like the lesbians that come there and hang out. They're just one of us. No one. Flying fuck. if you're not functional, you're not functional. You know what I mean? One thing, who cares? No one cares. Which one? Yeah. I love it. Okay. No. I'll go to an army like football player. He looked like a former football. That guy was well done. Oh no, I love it. Right. Nobody gets that funny. Fuck it. 99. Nobody with right. You know, I told it to Palladium. I mean, yeah. Jimmy, what's the guy on fire? Always was. Well, on all of this. I had to go hungry with my Bob. When he said it, he got all these great guys dressed like they're biker guys because they wanted to be cool. Like he changed the style of a kind of music. He really did. I love how many straight guys dressed like gay bikers, not even knowing what they thought. You know, this is how you dress for this kind of music. But it was just Rob Alford. He still out. Still hanging out. I had him on a show once. Motherfucker. Got him. Out of high school. Love that song. Like a quote of it. I throw always. Wow, that's a cool quote. Like if you think you gotta smile like made my brain when he said it. I think bullshit baby. Yeah. Think I let it go so bad. You got another thing coming. Chop straight out, break shit. The kids are just and here's the really what is writing. That's what I thought about. It's writing. Right. It's the thing about it. Right about that. Writing, man. And he has a that is so it's over. So you feel the same. You feel the flame burning either. Burning what? Bring any of it, you know. Bring out old flesh. But when you control of your very soul, what's inside takes over. Feel the heat wave. Your answer my way and suddenly know that you're burning up. That is bad. When I hear that, about the edit, please speak it online. Sorry. Like, before me, how was it?
Look at that move.
You could let something cook.
Look at this move. Look at this move.
example, like, hey guy, who's our brother? Brother, that I can't. Well, awesome. Oh, around that, like, oh, no, well, oh, like, a big old football player, like, he came in the backyard, like, smoking a whole hog, bunch of boys drinking Bud Light. Here's the problem. So, because I've been to the huge play, doesn't get into the rest. The Jeff Scott house. Yeah, I never done right. I have to. Eric Roach, when he hugged him, get it. So I hugged him raw, my fucking felt that. I've only felt that once ever, once, and it was at the Montreal Comedy Festival. Upstairs. Yeah, that was very I don't thought I was. Don't. He was definitely last ball, like chat. Here's I get find a forward fucking front desk, go to the bar, or that stuff. But that's not happened to me one. A guy, one of his, but I wasn't. There's guys that like women, like if you were a girl and a guy leg, stop. You keep grabbing. They keep touching my. Why do you keep touching my leg? Stop. That's fucking weird. Cross the line, and I don't know what other cross. Stop it. That's not posting. I have these friends that I live in gay and they're all a bunch of fucking Republican now. They're all like in against them how they moved to California. These guys they're conservative. Very they got like an this privilege shape. Yeah. Well that's good because there's still the guy who invented Turing test. Turing test. forced to take medication to get over it. And they medication that they forced him to take like hormone blockers, sex offenders, chemical castration, sex offenders. Guy method of determining if a guy becomes sentient. Like, don't like that he's dead. Crazy. I'm not fucking this. Right? That's what you want. Well, they don't always, but it's called chemical castration. And by the way, it's chemicals, same drugs they get hormone. When you talk about a child getting puberty, it's totally reversible. The fuck it is. That's the same chemical castration. Well, that child is never going to fully develop. If they get on hormone blockers when they're 18, they go, you know what, I think I actually am a man. Too late. Because from 13 to 15, suppress your testosterone. Okay, here it is. Turing was later convicted by the advice of his brother and his own solicitor, and he entered a plea. In the case, Regina versus Turing and Murray was brought to trial on the 31st of March 1950. Turing was convicted, given a choice between imprisonment and probation. His probation was conditional on his agreement to undergo hormonal physical changes designed to reduce libido, known as chemical castration. He accepted the option of injections of what was then called now known as diethylstilbestrol, or DPS, synthetic feminization of the body, treatment for the course of 1 year. The treatment rendered Turing impotent and caused breast tissue to form. In a letter, Turing wrote that no doubt I shall emerge from it all a different man, but quite who I've not found out. Murray was given a conditional discharge. So Murray must have been the guy who was homosexual. That's so crazy. Arrested for DK. 1954, his house. Turing's housekeeper found him dead. Post-mortem cell that he determined he died from the previous day at age 41 with cyanide poison, cited as the cause of death. He had an apple laying half eaten beside his bed, although the apple's not tested for cyanide especially. This was eaten during a fatal dose. Fucking killed himself because they chemically castrated him. Founder of computer science, cryptographer. His work was key to breaking wartime Enigma codes. So this guy helped the British crack codes. What they did, they injected them with poison. It works. Couldn't fuck guys. What do you want? Imagine this. They were everyone gay. Everyone. Sure. Crazy. Like, you guys turn off your dick. Like, no. Anything else? The girls so soft, pretty. That's what I like. I like girls. No, you don't. No, you're gonna take a drug. So get that out of your system. You can't be having sex with girls like they're so pretty. They're so lovely. Attracted to them. No. Holy God. That's crazy. That's what stupid some of these people, especially like serious fundamentalist religion, want to throw them off roofs. Or they throw them off roofs. They round up all the gay guys. Shoot. Throw them off the roof. Everybody watches. Cheers. Yay. Crazy. World out there. There's a world out there, but it's the world out there that can like the world here. This way here. Like that's what people understand. Just how Los Angeles fell apart. The United States can fall apart too. Like look at Iran. We were looking at Iran the other day in photographs from the 1970s. Girls had mini skirts, with the guys with no shirts on, facts, walking down the street, everyone's smiling. Looks like Europe. It looks like you're in Italy. And now it's a religion-run country. It's run by a dictatorship. Like you criticize the government, they execute. They execute a Olympic wrestler building cars there. You know, I remember being a fucking kid and going to Detroit for basketball tournament and seeing that city. 1976, 70. That city was fucking booming. Detroit was rich, booming. Yeah, for the capital time. Was it still? Even back then? Yeah, yeah. When I met my buddy in the 80s, it was Detroit, for the capital. But 75, that city was, you know, Buffalo, Fisher Price, all these other, you know, that's what I see. Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh still. Yep. I went to Pittsburgh 2 years ago after shit was closed. Yep. Yeah. So what I saw, I'm saying, what down just in that area, I was never Youngstown was like that. Right. What? Youngstown was a much better environment. Yeah. Tony, they had Roy, but not in the black brass. They could have had their own Wyoming. I just know that little stretch. Buffalo, you know, Hattie, all those that were moving. Yeah. Although I was overseas. So if you're going to bring the country back, it's got to start with that. We got to go back to that. Make it. Yeah, we're going to have to fucking fight it out. You know what? No, I fucking get those all day movies. For a year I worked at that. I got a high scale movie. Yeah. That's how you that's how you bump up. I'm just saying fucking no. We didn't want to do it. But we happened. What happened? The problem is that corporations have opportunity to make more money at the sacrifice of all those jobs in America. And the problem with corporations is they have an obligation to make more money. And yeah, but no, but that's the way you make more money is by having no labor and not just that, it's health insurance. You know, not Ron Paul. What's his name? Ross Perot. Ross Perot talks about that. We were talking about with Ron that he was complaining. He changed the regulation to make it cheaper. So you're going to hear a giant sucking sound as all the business goes out. That's exactly what it is. And he called that. I love it. And the real fucking was he threatened family, pulled out of the danger doing election term. Ross Perot came around and conservative people that really want to vote for the Republican Party anymore, like the party's bullshit to the left. They saw this Ross Perot guy. Oh. And most Herbert Walker that's all the president. This yeah. 20-hour show on the federal court. He fought half hour regular primetime TV explained it. He's explaining all the scams that are being run on you know about while I'm running for president. Well, a lot of people got it. Tired like random talk is the actual of one guy bring family going up into the front. Wow. Yes, it's a hard time. A bunch of people give up. Word. Back then, yeah. He's already how much money? Which back then, so 90. But 4 billion from that time. Everybody. Hey, yeah. I'm saying, I'm not saying, so. Double. Why did you? Was he proving a point? You know, Frank. Oh, Frank. It was like, are you sure? I don't know. I can't even like a joke. I was actually, you got them. You see what Ari shoved the note up his ass and shipped out on stage over there? What kind of what you kidding in the what kind of parasites bugs also stuff is flying through the air. Every breath you breathe is Ari gas flying around. Crazy. No, never get better. Very shit. Yeah, man. I'm over being such a peanut. Oh, yeah. You ever see the first give me 5 at 190%. 7, 40. He started his career at 47 and went all the way up. Yeah, Pinot Quavers down here. It's one of the memorable moments of the early days of Tommy Hearn, like when he was at the peak of his powers. Tommy Hearn, just he has such a reach and such quick 45.
Welcome.
And he was
How are you? Hello. How are you? All right. Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Okay. Very well. How'd you find out about me? Oh yeah, now I remember. Yeah, absolutely. How's life? How was how was your life? Hello. How was your life? How are you? Excellent. How's life been since we last spoke? Has it been good? What do you mean? Absolutely. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, my friend? Yo, you Benotto. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years now. This stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I do it again because I don't want war. I want world peace. I also want to see the end of world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obamasonic Taninu. I know that's a lot of words, but it's worth about $100 million. And one thing that we do is we build wells in developing nations, such as in Nigeria. I am an advocate for the Life Straw program, but most of all, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things that are important to the world, like data. Data is Earth's #1 resource. According to The Economist magazine, in 2018, data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data on Earth than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, I'm going to make your friends, I'm going to make your family all wealthy beyond your wildest imagination. I have intentions to give you all the money that you need to become generationally wealthy if you're not already, certainly financially independent. And really, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I talk about things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like alien disclosure and quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas was founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or by 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think is a mind-blowing endeavor. They recently made headlines with their development of a dire wolf. The dire wolf is now, there are a few of them. They're about 11 months old. I additionally talk about things that may be important to you in the future. I want to give you all the money that you need to be able to utilize something known as life extension technology. This is if you want. This is, go ahead. Yep, correct. 100%. Some of them you can't take the battery out. Well, I mean, not without removing the frame and everything. I don't want to do that. I understand. I'm not too worried about it. If I need another laptop, I'll just buy one. Okay, well, I appreciate that. They do, and what? Oh, absolutely, certainly. We have uh, electronic recycling centers here in the United States where you can send any kind of what's called e-waste to them, or I just, I mean, it's not my job to audit. Yeah, it's not my job to audit the electronic recycling center. That's for the Environmental Protection Agency. That's outside my pay grade. okay. I mean, I don't control them, so they're
No,
allowed.
I'm just saying, Google.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's not what they should be doing. So that's basically what I do. I'm glad that you guys are here. Feel free to enjoy. We're watching Joe Rogan. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
Of course.
Okay, excellent. Well, he's got Joey Diaz on. This is a somewhat recent episode. They're just talking about everything under the sun. Do you have any questions?
Are you real, Rothschild?
I am. It's my last name. Do you have any other questions?
No, I do not.
Very cool. All right, well, enjoy. Here we go.
Oh, that's still more about China.
All right. What questions do you have?
Oh, let's just go in
Okay, well, what would you like to talk about?
anything.
Okay. I use electronics every day. I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams. I'm live on 33 different platforms. I've got 33 different cameras on me. I've got over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. Okay, that's fine, and you're entitled to that opinion. You don't know how to take care of my electronics. Oh, okay, so it makes you mad when people don't take care of their electronics. I'm somewhat in agreement with you. I think companies are at fault more than individuals because they don't make it easy to service their electronics. It should be
Yeah, that's true.
right, the right to correct, the right to repair. I'm a major advocate for that. Really excellent. Every device you should be able to remove the parts that generally go bad quickly or more quickly than others, such as the battery and power source. They should be very simple to replace. They would really limit the amount of electronic waste that we have. What are your favorite kind of electronics? Oh yeah, you would like sewing machines, absolutely. Do you have a pedal sewing machine?
Yeah.
I prefer side.
What'd you say, big dog?
I personally prefer side paper rather than so.
No, I don't know. I don't like child labor. I'm against it.
With Ritchie.
I kind of agree with child labor, but maybe youngsters in Western countries having a lot of kids. What do they want? They want fucking money. Maybe
Yeah.
they won't make that much, but you know,
Yeah, they shouldn't have to do it. Really, robots could replace. It depends on whether they're forced to do it or not. If they're forced to do it, then it's a job. If they do it,
yeah, but they're still getting education. And stuff like
yeah, that's too young. Yeah, it's just too young, and I'm against that. Children should be able to be children. They should be able to have fun. They should be able to play games. I understand. Okay, you're entitled to your opinion. All right. Well, if you don't have anything else to talk about, okay, very cool. Okay, very cool.
Another one died. Went away, right up the body. Charging forward. Fuck this box on the outside. I'm trying to get in there. Boom, the body again. Boom, right hand. Boom, just going to fucking war, dude. Right here. I mean, high profile world champion, completely throwing it all out the window. Just wailing on each other. Shit. Boom, left hand. Boom, boom. Thing about Hagler was his fucking supreme, man. That guy never got up. He always break guys, break them. Boom, boom, boom. So by this time, he probably already has a broken hand. Broken on Hagler's head somewhere in the first. So now he's throwing the jabs. So I bet his hand's already broken. It's all left hands. He threw that right hand, but he was weak. You know, he really hurt him with the right hand. He's like pulling it back as he's throwing it. He's just trying to touch him with that right hand. That left hand has always got left. Right hand is cooked. And Hearns decided to start with not like his style. See, like even when he's landing that right hand, he's got no power behind it. And Sugar Ray Leonard's talking shit in the commentary. Both fighters. Hagler can take a shot than anybody. He only has one knockdown accredited to him his entire career, but it wasn't a knockdown. He fought Ron Roldan, and Ron Roldan like kind of cuffed him in the back of the neck and forward, and Hagler fell forward and touched the ground. The referee mistakenly called it a knockdown. The only time he's ever been down. The bombs from the greatest division. Beat everybody except Sugar Ray, and I think the only reason why he lost to Sugar Ray was I watched that fight. Yeah, there's something about it. And then after leaves, he goes to start Italy. Come on. His trainers are the Petronelli brothers in Brockton, Massachusetts. Come on. Shut the fuck up. You know how much money was on Hagler to win, probably? You know? Probably some sort of a deal. God, very favorable. Direction. Away. Never has heard the whole fight. He's so good. I just didn't see him right. Like him falling. Sugar was the guy to come back after all those years off. One fight, got dropped, that he was retiring, comes back, and just can't fight Hagler. And then he wins. I'm done. It was a terrible movie. You ever seen Marvin Hagler movies? Oh, you guys see the clips? Joe, they're the dumbest movies of all time. Hagler punches, they go from the air. Love Marvin. They're fun. Look, he was having a good time. I bet he was smart. But that to me, like everything seems fishy. And the fight seems fishy, the fishy. And Hagler goes off and becomes a movie star, and I go, okay. You know what I mean? How does that happen? How do you get connected? How does that happen? How bad this movie is. mean, that's why they call those city restaurants. But, like, you know, just think about it. Wow. Channel 11. Oh, my. Really? Yeah. This. Yeah. Marvin Hagler. I am. It was over. Attention. Shining up the front. Why did you have ADR? What? Voice. Voice. Automated. Longer. Thank you. Oh, yeah. When he shot, he just. Right. So, yeah. Together. Play the American. Oh, I see. And now. And the back. And they back. So when they shot the movie, was it? Yes. Over it? Wow. Yeah. They probably dubbed it Italian. But you gotta remember, all of that was big. That era. Pablo. And so, I'm very one woman I haven't forever. Well, they got 7 stars. Like you were Babbitt, Charlie Babbitt, fucking really? Fucking big head. What the fuck? Dance? Oh, oh, that's the dude. That's the boy. Yeah. Diablo, you will. These are my words of life. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. He made 3 movies. This and fucking. He was fucking really fucking Larry. This that guy, by the way, is the normal guy. Yes, you couldn't ever get him on, let him out. There's more fucked up guys right now than that guy that are attending bar on 6th Street right now. And this start correct. It ain't good. No, I'm surprised they tried to remake. You know, there's the guy who made Home Alone wanted Trump out of the scene, but he's worried that he gets sent to prison if he did it. I think they cut it out of it in Canada. I think the Canadian version of is it Home Alone 2? Yeah, Home Alone 2. It's him. What's the fucking? They have to. It's not like farther. I did, but I was telling you, like, so that's what I like. They had to go around star. They acted fucking really Charles Bronson. Fuck everything. What I don't even like last time. Those things is the brand wow. But the first girl, oh yeah, under fucking nose. Well, he's one of the when you're an actor star and like not a lot of those people so people don't know they're not online. So you gotta like know, oh, it's a Steve McQueen movie. They're like, oh, who's the star of the movie? I never heard of the guy. Fuck this. Oh, look over here. There's a Clint Eastwood. That. Like like stars for everything. I read everything. Interesting. Some great movies now don't have any stars. Like Mr. Made Apocalypse. You don't know anybody. Great. It's a great, and you don't know anybody. Perfect. It's perfect because you can character that way. I don't have to go. I was Robert Downey Jr. I was doing a great job trying to be that scientist. No, guy that might actually be a scientist. You know? But no, Charles Bronson, right? They wanted that. It just came out. Festival. Writers. Yeah, well, writers. People that don't know that means like all the things that you get when you're on the set. Like M&M's, Pink Floyd albums, whatever. Yeah, at a cost. Some comics have that kind of shit. You have to have size 11 Jordans waiting for them. Yeah, but you pay for it. Yeah, oh yeah, I got my size 12. Well, what kind of deal? Yeah, they gave me this shit. Oh, you want those things? It comes out of the price. Yeah, they think that, they want these big special. Yeah, but it's a thing. You want to be taken care of. Right. Yeah, so you pay. Funny. How good? Dog. Fun. No, you got twice. I'm not going to perform. That shit started. Oh, really? Yeah, people are like, I want black choice. They're white. I ain't getting nothing. I get my black choice. Now they got to run around town. I've heard people turn limos back. Yeah. Back in the day with wrong color. Yeah. White. What is it? Bullshit. Fucking throw you under that fucking bridge. Get the goddamn fucking dog. People love thinking man, right? Like it has to be this way. Or that's it. I walk. Love thinking man. That's what. Yeah. Go, okay. Go fuck yourself. Let that look at yourself. Once you start doing that, I understand what my office it makes. It's like dad just and there was mom hugging you from it. If I was a redneck, I'd show up on that thing and shoot it and watch those moms fly. That's the punch liberals. Okay, that's when you want to hug trees. Fucking start shooting off. No, they were hugging trees. Right in front of the school my daughter first went. Why were they hugging trees? Because they were going to cut the trees down. We went. Ooh, the cops were there. Hugging the trees, holding each other's hands, crying. Why? I had to get the fuck out of there. And that's where a guy with a gun, big fucking gun, guys like trees. Was running to that fucking coffee shop, crying, and know what happened? Fucking trees, Jack. That's what you need, a gun. And tell these motherfuckers, shut the fuck up. On Facebook now, that's why you say they talk about the just words great talent. Thank God, let my creative shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? I think the smack you now is smack you later. It is so much. And that's what I don't hey, listen. When I watch I can't even stand small. Like that's what I didn't even know small talk was. Like the night you show something one thing, yeah, bunch of and they bunch of great supposed to stand I fucking yeah, I love me and I love me Victoria loved it. So happy to try to thousands of days. Yeah, that's shop. Yeah, well they go up and be like fucking hi, what is that? How did that feel? Well you still connected. How was most of my money. So I make some money from stand up, but I was $100,000 deal with it. That would be my year. And then I'd be working with some fucking schlub, making comp and stuff. Never went anywhere. I did that for a couple of years. So I did that from like 9 to 2001. And then Big Crack started. Crazy. It's everywhere. My kids watch. I watched my favorite a couple weeks ago. Oh, that's right. That was a fun episode. That was fun. That show ruined me for other sitcoms. I want to sitcom after that show, like, why? I got stuck. A very rare combination together a really good sitcom. That was a very good show. I know that you kept at the time of home. Yeah, it was like the show really popular after vacation. That's what it became popular when it was on 7 p.m. They were showing us reruns. That's what it was. A lot of writers every day we come to tip read a t-shirt, write a number on it, and that number one day came in and was 5. Really? Fifth, the 85th show. Like, terrible. It was good. Number 1. So I just did a rate. No. Ranked show. I'm sure like 5 or something like that. Real bad. We were like on the we watch the show. Watch one show. What do you watch? James. What are you watching? Oh, 1923 show? Oh yeah. Mobland. Oh yeah. I heard Mobland. Great. Yeah, I have seen it. They finally blocked it. So they broke it without the whatever. No, but I gotta take it seriously. That's not good. Oh, also tonight. You heard it? What? How many want to be taken talk a lot about politics, talk a lot and get out of opinion. They think that their opinions are very important. Yeah, but the problem is like when you're asking for the people who now think of that as a character. I mean, that was good. I watched that. Bad. I think that's what. Okay. Hold on. One month. Why? By the time it comes back, the kids that are fucking don't even remember what you do. Are they doing it with it? Like, what? Are they doing that? Oh, why would they do that? That makes sense. Netflix, they don't know. Netflix has so much, you know, has so much. So much. If I see one problem, like it. You got watch like a bird and forget. Apparently, I think period is had. So would that be talked about? That fucking bad thing, everything fell apart. That was a bad thing. But not just hard. Hey, well, sorry. What about paper? Get the paper. Oh, you right. One of the was fucking the app failed, yeah, right? Yeah. Cool book. It happened. Maybe this must have been bad. What fight club game was failure? I don't. Was I working that? How do I not know what happened? I don't. What was that? Where was it? Was that Adesanya or? Oh, okay. Working. Yeah, I was for sure. Not gonna lie, I'm rare. So the paper, what happened? It went down. Well, I told down as well because it's not under much. First of all, not like boxing review, like, okay, Hello's fighting 4 months, and you're up on the Alvarez paper. For a big boxing fan, you might buy one every couple months. Feel like before you watch almost you're on ESPN boxing. Not a lot of paper view. You see a paper or you have a fight. So it's like getting people to shell out $70 card. And also like some of the great fights are under. You already before the pay-per-view starts, you already have 3.5 hour fights you can watch for free. And some of them trying to lure you into buying the pay-per-view. Some of the best fights are really under. Sometimes guys know their name. It's always fights that I would yeah, I mean the big fight clearly last week, Volkanovski. That was a fight I really wanted to see. Volkanovski, all-time great featherweight champion, one of the for sure greatest fighters of all time. Shooting for the Hall of Fame. 36, knocked out 2 times in a row. He's fighting this animal in the Logan. Great fight though. Well pulled off, but the fight that I Bryce Mitchell, John right? That guy, like, champ. Like, and like took like a and like a arm, Darcy in the arm. That was all neck. But they half went out, and from pillar to post, the entire fight. And smiling and laughing, it looked like he was never threatened, never in danger. Like he was on another level, like way above Bryce, like a world champion. Like even guys before beat Bryce Mitchell before, except Josh Emmett, KO bunch, or even had to get a whole first. Like John Silva looked like he was never a fight, almost like he was having fun. You try to get him to touch hands, right around. He wouldn't be like, that's right. Such a violent animal. That guy, apparently, fighting nerds. I was talking to John about this. Or data analyze techniques, and they like break it down. They find patterns, components. Person does when they present. Brother, that's in savage. Kyle Marcolio, one of the top 185 pounders in the world, when Vice Jerky, actually we'll see George division, one of the best contenders in that. Research was one of the baddest lightweights alive. Gigantic lightweight, tall, long, breathing another dimension. Or you get that. Those projects, fuck, stone cold boy eye killer, really hard to take down. 100% great. Knock down. He fucks everybody. Heel full of thick Muay Thai guys. The whole team. Killer. All killer. Like a team of like million. These guys are in now. It's not just about training hard. It's not just about sacrifice. It's about thinking. It's about learning. It's about like how do we get better? How do we love part of it? Amazing. Kind of that like big. Oh yeah. Very impressed. Everybody showed up. I still got this right hand. Right hand. He was always wearing box 9. Nurse. It was the nurse in the block. Yeah. All the Greg Jackson guys. Yeah. Wild Protein. The fight. Training that hard. Jab and fuck Josh's eye. I'm so bad that Josh could fly on. Remember that. All that shit. That's why I like it. Training. Those times. Watch. Where's gymnastics? Realize that it's so powerful because they have such a body. Like, I'm going to better control my body. Yeah, meanwhile, you like to get your fucking work down every part. Focus. Crazy about him? He does the same thing. He's really an artist. He comes to Austin all the time. Train with Donaher, Gordon, all the time. Here all the time. And like every couple of months, he comes down to train. He doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want to fight anymore at all. So happy, content. He's like the best example of a guy who retired with millions in the bank, like his best life. A real martial artist. He just wants to learn and grow. Like, why would he come here and train with Ryan? Why would he train that fucking animal? You're not actually thinking about it. But for him, it's just all about growing. It's all about growing and martial arts journey that he's on. Like, it's really amazing. It's very cool. You know, when he comes to Texas, learn stuff, hey, he comes down, learn sidekick from me. Like, he learn from everybody. He wants to learn it. Yeah, very smart. And you see, Thailand, work with Muay Thai guys. He's over there. Life training martial arts all over the world. It's incredible. Incredible. Beautiful. It's the saddest thing to me is when a fighter stops fighting and is right there. George never lost. He hasn't gone through some weird state where he doesn't himself. I am not his man. Yeah, I mean, like, I was not impressed. Nicest fucking guy, nice. Really smart. Thing. I was just a guy, just serious guy who wants to go into life now. Well, train. It's kind of fun. It really is. It's like with no mind growth. I think better. It's still full of that. You know, he's like top flight black belt. I am feel. I've been thinking. Oh, I show them right. Wrong. Hold it. Hold it. Wow. How people think. I'm saying, what do they? What's the large bar? No. Only I want to know. And what's where they think, yeah, and that's what you need. Crazy. They really don't like smart. Then what you just Eddie Bravo is girls are smart to it. Fine, fine, trainer just drip like an hour and a half. He's showing me a lot of his rubber guard stuff, early stuff, real like position, how to position, how to finish position, careful of pass. Like pass was, pass the half guard, push on the knee, move in the side control, head and arm, secure the arm, finish the arm triangle, and it was like if he was doing me, I would resist like 40%. And I just kind of like sort of resist, and they secure it, and they finish it off. So basically, you're doing it as if doing the same pathway with the same things that the person would use resist, but then they're not trying to stop you. They want you to stop them. They just like, I'll get my hand in, but it's just you push my hand down and then lock it over. So that's big. Yeah, drilling is everything. People roll. Things that sell it. So it's the way to get better. It's really the way to get better. All of it does the more fucking phone. And that's the problem. Why you're right now you go and try to starts off with that's what the thing with kickboxing hard. When I was training at the Jet Center, we were training. So I was probably 20 back then, 7 maybe, and he was like 35, like this, had like just like the same shape as spar. He knew I was an actor or comedian or whatever. I was on a TV show, and I didn't want to get too much. We would spar, we touch, yeah. And I knew he wasn't gonna try to knock me out. But other guys, I knew were spar. With him, I knew, and I got so sharp because of that. Because he worked out a couple times. I noticed, like my timing and everything, like much sharper going through those pathways, not tense. Those pathways, sharpening those lanes, like punch comes, step counter, all these things were like blowing in his head because we weren't hurting. It's so hard for young guys to understand that, get better, is like complete playful. You want to like high guys. When they spar, they don't hurt each other at all. They touch and they laugh. And, oh, hey. They're like playing a game with you. You ever seen high guys? Yeah. So you watch like one of the best things to watch is the two high level high guys just spar, just spar like they're joking around and laughing and they touch each other. Working on those, working on like coming, how to stop it, how to get in on them, but they're not hurting each other at all. You know, At this point, well, 55, fucking three, but can't wait to go back to blood. Well, yeah, one guy who was not really cool, but really so important. You have to go take that night last roll that one. I would rather roll one. Yeah. You know, so wow. And I go back then. When I was back 70, books everywhere. So, hey, what else I got? Oh, but when I went to fucking find fucking bad motherfuckers. Yeah. One time I went, well, I don't know tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yes. IV pack? Yeah. Oh, you're talking about a stem cell push. Yeah, IV stem cells. Yeah. I just got that. I brought Rich Fawcett. How was it? I love that guy. I love him. Very good. Good time with clubs. I see him a lot. Well, he's Jersey. Everyone are loving with them. So he's been having problems. Yeah. I brought him down to Brigham. Brigham's got this crazy thing. Let me show you this thing. Fuck bananas. Crazy thing where he's got an AI that you ask questions. Have you seen it, Jim? It's fucking nuts, right? So Brigham has this new beautiful facility where waste wells and free. Oh, what? They moved. They have a new bought a building and they renovated it and incredible. But one of the things they have is this big screen alien, and you touch the alien and ask a question, and it's AI. Like so, it has AI, a large language model. Press, listen, press it. So the alien like got it. You know why? That's a, it can answer any question. It can analyze your blood work. You can tell it, hey, you know, my vitamin B12 level is this, my testosterone level is that. Suggest I take. But I suggest the protocol of do just like rattle off things you nice. What to take magnesium before you go to bed? You know, how much REM sleep are you getting for that? Monitoring that? Crazy? It's an app too on your phone. Nobody's about that clock. They don't check. You don't know what that is? No. That AI, it's like on your phone, like you can ask it a question. You know, like I could like give you a question. Who would propose one of the river? You see how my phone has a little I like that. Can you my chat GPT and tell me more? about Foster's composer of Swanee River. Yeah. And it goes on Church. How many? Ask anything. Disney movie most recent right now. Joe, that is it's disconnected. Brave is done. What? Yeah. 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 But she played great at once. Why the fuck? Why the fuck? I told you once, I told you 100 times. You only whack a before I play the piano. Then you before I pick it up. Hope I don't have to do this again. Play. Hang on, hurry up. Don't play with smoke. Are you ready? All right, for $100. Who? Composer of River. River Jose. Hurry up. Trying to know the correct answer. But, you know, all right. I was playing golf in Lincoln. We had that crazy golf cart that I read, and what's the book I read before we do it? Bullets? It was talking about a hider. Yeah, Richard. How do you hide it? Oh, no. Richard, we're smoking. Oh, like Richard probably took it away. He is open. I got oh, well, couple answer. 71? Yeah. told some magazine, right? It tracks people that was some sort of crash, did recover, these two bodies, fucking, yeah, the house bill. That's one image, but this other image is one monster. That kind of looks normal, though, but yeah, don't find something. Nixon and got hammered. I'm hoping that's going to happen with me and Trump. But Trump doesn't. Can you imagine you're hanging out with Trump? What is it in your house? The secret? Yeah, there he is, hanging out with him. Supposedly something got a lot of according to the government. It's hard to know. There's got to be. Yeah, I would come. Also, Colonel from Circuit Band, abandoned war. No one there. Stuff out. It's just superior intellect involved for average people at great private war and like you and I going to visit Wild West. Like being in a gold mining town in 1830. You know how nuts that would be? You know how fucking crazy. Be one of the minor 49ers, 1849, going all the way to San Francisco with an animal stabbing each other and you know what that would be? Kind of burying chance by a ranges to try to get gold. That would be like us going to visit that. Of course we would do that. Of course. Like if you had a chance like eat Columbus and in the Bahamas, that must if you could go literally back, they're just like us. They're like us. Here's from now. Of course they're interesting. Imagine if there was a planet where we could go. You go, imagine. Of course we have to figure it out. Yeah. You guys making fucking arrowheads first time and grabbing them as sticks, giant fucking heads and big teeth, covered in hair, figuring out tools. Man, think about it. Yeah. On it. 5 years. We know. We know. That's nuts. Ain't no fuckers out there. They play with it. That's something. I think that's something. I think the other problem, president knowing. President, of course, the president's only there for 4 years. And he has to get in there again. If he wins, he's in there for 4 more years. He's talking about 30-year careers, 50-year careers. And he tells if they know something, they know, you know, fucking Gerald. Why would they tell you? Why do you think you've been hiding this population long? Both need it. And he named it. And I was like, there was something to it, you know, got that place, Mexico, and I wonder what number one. Number one, is it Hudson Valley? Yeah. Yeah. Great. Great. interesting that a lot because it you know shadow area and you have buildings. Satellites, big structures. What is the percentage? I think it's around 10 maybe 70% or undiscovered. No idea what's down there. A mile, 2 miles. You're from a like from here in traverse. They call it transit craft. Air, water, just creates a gravity bubble around it. That's what they 500 underwater. Like nothing. And if they have big sizing all year, just totally makes sense. Ocean. Well, ocean. 2030, look at 30%. Oh, really? Oh, it's all like that. What if they get down there? That stuff. What are those? Whoa. Wow, that's crazy. So they're scouring the ocean floor to try to get them. That's why the aliens come out. Wow, that's Hawaii. Whoa. That's not Hawaii. What's that? What was that in the middle? Was that Catalina? Oh, I see. Oh, you're. Oh, okay. Oh, it's creepy. Wow. Woo. Sorry. Alien. What the? Feel like that's what they would. I think even if all the. Well, it was that discussion. Guy Hal the physicist, the U.S. government told me during the they actually wanted to talk about the potential of disclosure to the American people, what we pros and cons. So they listed what could be disrupted. Well, the economy could be disrupted, religion could be disrupted, government could be disrupted. What would be the positive aspects? When they start looking at the positive aspects, scientific development, the understanding we're not alone, all all out. And the cons outweigh the pros by significant. Well, a scientist discovered for decades, and you know, Jacques, the character in Close Encounters of the Third Kind was based on French scientist Jacques studied about brilliant, brilliant, written tons of books on the subject, and stories that he knows that are the story. What's really gets crazy is when they get to like the 1700s, 1800s, and they're actually people are saying the kind of things are happening. The people that are encountering the crafts, encountering the, they're reporting the same story. They're really similar. When we like, what's going on? It's just like, I haven't been, I've seen UFO, I haven't seen them. What if one of us did? Like, look, if there's one guy fucking walking on the, and all of a sudden just land right in front of him, and then he's looking, they're talking, on, and then back in the ship, fucking disappear. They fall so fast, fall with your eyes, and then you're sitting there going, what the fuck do I tell anybody? Who's gonna believe? Who's gonna believe? I should probably not tell anybody. And then you're lying in bed at night, you're all freaked out. You can't believe you did something other people know. It's the most incredible thing. And not only are they real, but they think that we can't possibly, cannot be us. There's something different. It's different life form. I think when they change, maybe me and with me, I feel it to be able to walk around. Right. That's the Bible. Just, I'm not having a household boy. I think a lot of household people just look. I don't do that. Yeah. I know they. Right. I'm really, not really, yeah. Yeah. But I think that not in LA of that. Like, what's interesting after all these fights, like studying UFOs is back to the time where if you study UFOs, it's crackpot. Everything he looked at was based on logic. No, this no. What we can prove, what we can't prove, and that's the percentage of experience. It's 5% or what? The great number, the vast majority of time, not. I guarantee. People have people matter, matter. And then there's also none that goes like all lightning, and the lightning was around like a positive ball, and fucking giant soft charged around the sky. It's just your form of lightning that's been talked to. But if you saw that, if you were in the midst of like by yourself camping, you saw it, oh, stuff like that. And then you see ball lightning. What the fuck, man? You're seeing traces behind the ball lightning. You're percent even. Like you can contact the name, like something from another planet, and up with all this shit that he told me. Remember, roll one, man. Roll one. I roll Mother Earth. Like, oh, fuck. Crazy. Oh, maybe that's the dumbest thing ever. Yeah. Right there. Just a lot. It doesn't even make any sense. Fish don't have sex, you idiot. That means it's the most beautiful in the world from the waist up. All blowjobs. Because fish don't have sex. That's okay. It's like, oh, I'm not have sex with a chick. But people are. They're trying to fall into the mermaid. They feel like that's the crazy person falling in love. No, but oh, come on. No, they're manatees. People saw manatees. Probably their eyesight sucked. They all had scurvy. They're all fucking starving to death. They all had faces falling off. These bags that are on these boats. And then they're so horny that they want to fuck manatees. They see manatees in the foggy water flopping around. They ask you, girl with a tail. You want to hop off. Like a guy in the desert. An oasis. It's not there. I see water. You try to drink sand. That's what it is. These guys have got to be so horny scumbag from like Europe in the 1500s. Monsters. They're on this boat together for fun, and they think they swim in the water. They were probably on opium. They probably had syphilis. They were drunk. Or you gotta love the animals. Or you gotta love the guys actually, you know, gotta fucking perfect. Today's episode, Joey, like this is one American became everybody here initially crazy chance. You gotta take a crazy chance. You gotta get up in the 1700s and make your way across the Atlantic Ocean. You have no idea storms are coming. There's no fucking weather.com. You don't even know what it looks like here because they don't have a picture yet. Someone's gonna draw. This is what I saw when I barreled. That's like a big thing. Oh, Christ, hilarious. That's one of the reasons why America became so powerful. The two things. The Constitution, the Declaration of Rights. That's the positive freedom of speech, right to bear arms, right to your own religion, all those things are also the type of crazy risk-taking motherfuckers who are willing to get on a boat and get across the country. Everybody that came over here was fucking unload. Wild, dangerous people trying to get jobs. Let's say why the East Coast is so easy, so chaotic, and so fun. That was like the echoes of pioneering the traveling across the ocean. So desperate for any Europe just sucks so bad. Getting a fucking Spain or Ireland, both Italian, both. And then they get their way across the land and cover the whole world. And it's a crazy story. And you can't sacrifice great in terms of our freedom and we're giving the whole thing. And you know, the same way in Bronx, same way they were a European style country. Now it's Somalia. Getting out of that. So that was the revolution, right? It could be going anywhere. If there's people anywhere on Earth in 2025 living under the thumb of there could it's just a bunch of things have to go wrong. Saw people go wrong during COVID. Should have woke a lot of people up. The fabric of society is more fragile than thinking. That's why the founding fathers why like protection, hearing a bunch of checks and balances. Can't get through. Don't have ultimate power like you have Congress, Senate, Supreme Court. It's gotta be like that. If you can't just want your side to win. Everybody gets short-sighted. Democrats get short-sighted on this. Republicans get short-sighted on this. Have that happen. It's not good. It's not good for us. If you think your opinion, more beneficial to Americans, that should be. These people should think that explain how you can do it. We should demand that. And all that other shit, stop it. Get rid of it. Get rid of all of it. Get rid of all of it. No one should try. Well, no one should like letting members come over here to cause create crime. Because if no should want that. Shots want and no want reported to El Salvador for the gang members. No side should want due process. No side should want the ability of the government. But imagine you're a person over here, but you're not a criminal. You have paperwork, and then they send you prison for it. Decide you're that you're in a gang. Now all of a sudden you're in a country. What's that happen either? You know? Prison, El Salvador. Crazy. Crazy. day unmarked rape. They, people die, whatever, that unmarked rape. It's nice as a overcorrection having too much crime and gang violence. So too much crime and gang violence throw all due process around everybody, throw them all in jail. And if you're going to do that, it's going to be effective. Definitely curb crime, but you also victimize a few innocent people, a certain percentage, undoubtedly, especially if you have process. Because you can't come to America, and if we're sending our prisoners over there, how much different is that than the other stuff that we hate, like sending jobs overseas where people work $1 a day and don't get health care? We would never allow that in America, right? But we would never allow kind of a prison in America either. So really involved in sending people to prison if they're from another country. It's an interesting question. Do you think I think there is a problem, right? You come from one country and then they put you in a prison in another one without a trial. They say you're a gang member and you're an MS-13 from Mexico, you make your way into America, and also they put you in El Salvador. But, what happened? Yeah, that's got a lot of things to handful of stuff like that. That's what I've heard, but I don't know the true stuff. They were saying that, talking about this guy, saying Maryland father, and this and that, but then that Tom Homan got a member of MS. Okay, who's telling the truth? And they're saying that if you got deported and you get back to the country, again, we would rather and do it all over again. We didn't make a mistake. Okay. All right, well, land, taken identity, and yeah, right. Let me see. The guy has a tattoo when he's fully pregnant, family, and a wife, and keep the chicken. Which one? I rolled out 20 years. Oh, chicks. Yes. Oh, we had that fire rotisserie. Only paying cash. No credit card. Right. That's what. So think about what if at that 20 break it? Are we up to? Yeah. Break it. What? No. He was. There's people like that. Gay. Before I said, actually, I think once. I want to make sure this guy. I'm not going to just. Yeah, I think what you got to do is get rid of criminal only. But the only way to know someone's criminal is to trust them. Not for a fucking dude. No. Dude. It's different. And a lot of kids. Yeah. I've met a lot of kids. When I went to Japan, I couldn't work out. Yeah. We go along. You can't have open tattoos and work out because connected to the cool stuff. So, like, you have to follow the rules, they follow it. Yeah. Hey, good. So I went home and told my girlfriend Diane, get her on the fucking I believe it. Every time I did, don't open up your fuck. Absolutely nothing like I am asking for you to turn anything. Now they right. This is what they do. You can't get away from that. And if you just get reward, like if you have that for immigration, you got a real problem, real problem. Kids come back, racist people start targeting them. People swat people all the time. You know what that is? They fucking call 911 saying held hostage at Joey's house at gunpoint. The SWAT. I don't know what's going on, so you might pull out a fucking gun and get shot. It happened to a bunch of online that were getting swatted recently. It's wild shit. You know, you give people this ability, social media, or even more so, like, get people that people are interested in, like, wrong, whatever. You fucking stand up, you can form guys. Careful, don't want for people to lock up. Then here's the thing: once you start getting numbers, all those numbers drop off. You don't want the job to go away. You know, you got a quota, right? You got a quota. If there's a quota for how many impressions a setback, no problem. Then now you and now for Joey 30, 50, fuck you. I got 50. I think a few of them might not be guilty, but fuck it, who cares? It should all go back anyway. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah. I'm fucking idiots. The short side. By giving, if there is, then there is a quota. If there's a quota, like that. No one. Why don't people on ticket? That they know. Like, yeah. Ticket. Yeah. Right. Things. When you blow it. I always said that, like, this is a problem. Department of Education. And I'd heard about this from friends that are that, like, if you get a budget here, if you don't spend all of that money, your budget's going to be reduced next year. You don't want that to happen. Spend money wisely, completely inefficient. And I think that's part of the problem that we're facing here. It's like they don't want to look down on any of this. They've been getting this way for so long. Right. Budget. Yeah, the budget goes down. Hold on. Bullshit. I don't know, what is it called? What is it called? I had a point of girlfriend pointed. No, we're in a weird time here where people are arguing about whether or not we should abandon corporate to make this country great. Like, very intelligent liberal degree are talking about that should have restrictions. Like, no, 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 no. You don't get that. Because without free speech, I don't know who's right. And I can't just go on narrative. That's how religions work. That's how work. They go on a very specific narrative. You can't go outside the line. If you want the human race to evolve, if you want people to evolve culture, you want people to be better, people to stay wherever they are. And then you decide if you want to communicate with people who think different than you. And if you think they have an egregious, you're allowed to say something about it, talk about it, and everybody has to figure out what's right and what's wrong. Unless that's able to go on, you're never going to. If you can really cut that off for things that you find offensive, the problem is maybe I don't. You can't decide what I can take and not take. You're not allowed. I don't. you don't know me. This is nonsense. Like, you gotta give human beings the ability to learn for themselves. The only way for they truly do that is they gotta be able to open. And try to stop that. The Biden administration putting the fucking brakes on all shit. We're allowed to talk. And everybody's like, yeah, we gotta stop disinformation. Like, you're giving away the sounds so crazy that more COVID, I would like to stop talking like that. I was pro pharmaceutical drugs back then, like a cure-all to everything, modern medicine, vaccination, support, fuck us. When I found out that they were trying to stop doctors with license if they prescribed ivermectin. Take away your license. You just prescribe off-label a drug that people say is beneficial for the trial, but you're, for some reason, you're not allowed to. First time ever, doctors are prohibited from prescribing something off-label that has no negative side effects. Never happened. Never happened before with the public IOP. They're trying to force people. Nobody. And they just did nothing. And the fucking what's wrong with it? The liberals. What's wrong with it? And they parroted out everything they say. They've been affected. Millions of lives. You know, the dropping flies, the left and the right of them, or broken out on the subway, and everyone's pretending there's nothing wrong. Everyone's pretending that drop all cause increase in all-cause mortality. Crazy. That's not weird. It's not weird that skyrocketing rate. That's not weird to you. Everyone's pretending. And if you bring it up, you're a kook. They tricked everybody. Everybody is calling that Garcetti. Everybody's a little rat. They're all little rats. Little rats working for the man, and they'll rat on each other. And then if something happens to them because of it, no one. So they do the work of the man for sucker. That we're talking about problem closure deal. People that fell apart, oh gee, they're gonna be wearing silver jumpsuits, fucking alien dicks, moment got surprised. They'll jump on team and they'll be rounding up people, slaves. They'll do whatever the aliens. They'll be like, remember those? The guy was vampire but wanted to vampire out. That's what those fuck faces. All the people that got 9 they'll be like alien. It is imperative to perish. It's imperative. We're a number of chicken plus fucking idiot. Tell us right down the river. It's crazy. It is, but it always has to be crazy to realize it's crazy so people snap out of it. Like, part of society. Like, it's not a linear path to success. What happens in society is that things go really well and it's terrible. You're adjust or you don't. Don't, they die. Then new one emerges. But if you do, then you recover. Like, how many times can you do that? How long can you keep this fucking thing going on? You're gonna have, like, great prosperity, which makes soft people. You know, hard times makes hard men. Hard men make soft times. Make soft men make hard. And everybody knows that. That's what it just didn't go. And it's just a matter of recognizing that it's happening, being course correct, which is why everybody's in California. They're not course correcting. They're going into madness. They're like, no, and then, no, you're going to the rock. No, no, you're going to die. And hit the rock. It'll be over. It's like there's no more Rome. Be no more LA. Fuck moron. Right? The world is littered with civilizations that lost their way. You can go and find the ruins everywhere. You know, they're gone. They went away. That's how it happened. You're doing it right now. You recognize that, or we don't. And if we don't, so good. I think we will. I think we have a different, a different way of talk so much online. You're gonna get a lot of stupid shit online. You get a lot of dumb things online. You're also getting a lot of conversations that make you go. That actually makes sense. Like, why are we far into it? What is wrong with it? How do we get the money? How do we get number one corrupting factor out of figuring out what's best for all of us? Doesn't fall. Sometimes when I think about it, because I go down the road, I don't want. I just why? Yes, everything. Fucking make a change.
Do you have
A society out those and some people actually open things and then they get information from government power. That's not good. I think something happened to children that develop something happened was then you we're all in this journey. If that doesn't happen, you don't have to have something level of life yourself. Different kind of thing. Want power, what's that for different kind of thing. Especially if you're rich at work and you're hard and you don't have kids like Jesus Christ, you're all this other over time for nonsense. You know what that's like? That's we're in a society right now where we have a population everyone. We have a population decline. Aren't having much doesn't like it so much. When they look at the numbers for we're in a kind of a weird collapse. Like Japan. Have you seen that stuff on Japan? See if you can find it on Japanese. They're having so few children in Japan that like 3 generations they could be in real trouble. Like number of people that will have a grandchild right now is significantly around. Yeah, we're fucking wrong with you, Joe. Well, I think about it with like collapse. I think about it about the whole. Yeah, but we don't have to worry about that. I know. We don't have to worry about it. You're right. Yes, I'm talking about kids. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're right. This shit. You're right. Politics. COVID. If you took the fucking knee, fuck you. If you didn't, now they just found out the fucking the flu shot don't work. I could have told you that 25 fucking years ago. It makes you 25% more likely. These type of fucking motherfuckers don't knock it off. I hate all these shit. Yeah. You understand? What the fuck? I'm scared too. Yeah, I'm capping. Man, that's the problem. Worried about this is what the internet fuck. That's true. This is why we have retards walking around everything. Because you got what I was saying. Internet fuck. The internet fuck. Much information. It's like this. And I get on a phone and 3 doctors. You know, make a difference. It's like these people get Epstein. How is it going to make a difference in the world if Tom Hanks is on that list? I'll tell you. You don't have to go to work tomorrow. You have to do all the same shit. That shit doesn't matter to me. I don't give a fuck on the Epstein list. I don't give a fuck on what they did his house. It's got nothing to do with me. But in today's world, because of the internet, it makes it think it's nothing to do with it. That's what's the fucking show? I don't want to watch that shit. And I've been here 50 years watching that footage. You got hit. Walk back. Right. You know, only Harvey out. But now we want to really fuck these fucking peanut dummies that I want to see what's on there. Then 2 days later, the Jews did it. Yeah. Believe me. Worry about paying your fucking credit card bill. An idiot. That's what you should worry about. You see what happened this year in this country? Fucking billionaires sell off fucking property. Pay taxes. They get capped. Are you fucking kidding me? People are worried about the fucking Epstein list. Like, how is it going to change my fucking Tom Hanks fucking in the ass? Doesn't matter. And do you really care? At the end of the day, do you really care about that 16-year-old girl? No, you don't. Well, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares. It's just a fucking show. It's a show. I told you about Ellen. You know, I was watching the compelling show. What's that fucking show with the crazy guy? The studio. Okay? Yeah. Not a bad show. Not a bad show at all. But I was watching. Let me realize what I hated. Short. She was talking about there's that contract that came up. I love this guy. Him and his son being home. We just had it just takes one guy to go, all right, back to work, everybody. Now, what's the difference? Right. Great. How was your trip? How was the hospital? Listen, it doesn't matter what happened. Get the fuck out of here. I'll get the fuck out. Come my way. My wife, I hate her around. She always go back. Leave me the fucking ride. Now you're gonna come get me, motherfucker. That is everybody. Go to a restaurant, you get something wrong. Everybody is not cooking on fucking. It's something I've never seen. Every time I go, I think go to CBS. Anyone knows it. You know, you go to a point somewhere, a mall. I go to hey, Ernie, a regular restaurant. Follow your road down. Oh, nobody. I don't know anything. Don't get you anything. Nothing. You know, a lot of money. It's kids don't want to learn. I don't want to learn. They don't care. Friend was on my way. We gotta like. We left the house before we had to like. We're driving. Holy fuck. Yeah. Listen, I had people I was showing. Just that's all. All of it. Right. I was. I was. I was. My neighbor. Back up. So, this is no kids playing. This kid's all fucking on the street. My little post back there. Like 8 fucking kids. Fucking kids. You're the only ones out there. 4 in the afternoon. Where the fucking kids? Little kids don't feel comfortable being unsupervised today. You hear too much about kids. Weird things happen to kids. It's not like free reign, but that narrative's out there everywhere. And then some neighborhoods just aren't fucking. Your kid shouldn't. Wow, that's big thing. Yes. My neighborhood, right. That's safe. But the unity that there's a real problem. Video games are so good, kids don't want to bother. That too. That too. Nobody can, but I'm not problem. they aren't truly, again, there's a couple, even though they're both not from, yeah, don't blame them. Well, they don't play, they don't go outside, they don't get any sunlight, they don't jump, and then they're eating, and they have plastic brain. They studied a bunch of people, much microplastic they have in their brain, and some people have as much as a plastic. What? Imagine that. There's so many microplastic brains that they extract all you can make plastic. So of course that's gonna wreck your fucking testosterone. And then I saw this thing about Call of some fucking insane statistic about the amount of time that in total been played in Call of Duty is like more than human civilization. Like the amount of minutes people have logged, millions of people playing Call of Duty, is like if you put it all together, it's longer than that was good. Love it. Stay away from the crack. The crack. I just felt the need to sit down and fucking. I probably should be honest. The talk real and go with fucking. Well, it's definitely more fun to have it real, but video games are very fun. They're not playing Mark morons. They're fun. They're really fun. And what is the amount of time spent? I had credit 10 years ago, actually. So 10 years ago, I picked up right. Grand Theft Auto, right. And he's really popular, right? Yeah. How about Subway Surfers? 25. That's crazy. That's so crazy. That's playing that fucking game. And times the World of Warcraft has 6 billion years. 6 billion civilization. Yeah, I used to. Remember you could paint them? Yeah, like that. That was my thing. That was fun. One day my mom stopped making. Yeah, no, I didn't. When you pack it, wash it, that's the pull it out. Install this. They'll be selling markers. Everybody be sniffing markers. Glue. I was thinking, how you know good. I would imagine we have some phone salt. Wrap stuff with phone salt. Jamie, how many of those are fresh? They're all stacked. Are there any orders of those when they're stacked? That's the last freshie. You don't look. Yeah, of course. You really want to take it with. Okay. Oh, this is fresh, fresh. This one hasn't opened yet. Oh, that. That's fine. Oh, here we go. Oh, 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 boy. Yeah, fresh one. Oh my goodness. Are we even was? Let's find out about that. What else? Fresh, fresh one. I need. I can't. What's up? Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's. try to. That's what. Right. Yeah. Real power guys. They're like they get jolted right before they. And what throw it. So what we just did now was hire something. It's safe stuff. It's not like old jar. It's ammonia, right? They used to be able to do that to boxers. Stop them. I don't know. Because I guess they wake you up, concussion a little bit, just enough to get more concussion. Tolerance can be. I got this fucking Morris guy I like a lot. Not a father of home. Father, of course, with cars. Oh, no, what's going on? All the time. Force Whitaker and color money. Oh, man, those beautiful. Cast you. He says that after he robs tricks them. He pretends he's back to school, and then slowly but surely Paul Newman realizes he's getting out. And there's this thing where he gets angry and he asks, he lost. He's like, quit if you want to quit. One of the best things. Great. That's one of the best things. Because that's really how it works. You're uncleared, a doctor. Oh, what's that? In a room that was filled with ammonia gas, you get lung toxicity, potentially get airway injury, potentially die. But breathing up in a few times over a few hours is really going to be significant comfort. Yeah, the FDA is mostly a regulatory issue about misbranding. There's no way we work. This is powerless. Oh, yeah. Pick the ones you like. Ironic. That's the that's one of can't for sure say that's what caused it, but that is one of the things from that. Renew the appearance of the Joe Rogan experience. People that's very that's very well. That card. Pull it up. The main event is Shoshana About and Morocco with rematch. Absolute chaos. Juliana Pena versus Taylor Harrison, most jacked that's not on steroids, walking the face of the earth. Taylor Harrison, I mean, she passes all her tests, but good lord, that lady. Bruno Silva, Joshua Van. This is like they haven't made the Kelvin Gastelum fight with Joe Piper that rescheduled. Joe Piper got really sick. So did Daniel Cormier, and so did John Anik. They all got really Cheetos. Holy crap. It's Cheeto. And that Kelvin fight is a very good fight, by the way. Kelvin and Joe Piper. Very good fight. Rock solid. That's a very marvelous. That's a fucking bigger. Great card. It's not just a fight. Usually it's around fight. I don't know that. All of start Vegas time. All the bigger plus how much you got to find times to run. I can't have this truck. I can't take it. Cheers. I'm fucking fired up. And I'm drinking water. Drinking my bad. throw you up the bus. And I'm in a world where some weeks are better than others. I don't get up at night to see daytime. Especially God, I start drinking that water. Oh, baby. I got yeah, feeling. I was my man. I was back. Good boy. Last February, I went to the forest down. Down. My blood pressure was over 100. And my well, go to the hospital. And for the one was girlfriend. Wow. I was out. What was it? It was and getting apart. And so I would walk around right now. Bibles. Read that. I look at my walking dog. I got one. Was we like what? Water deep. Oh, all tap. Water like my lungs. And then when I got to the if I would walk, take it, take it, but stop. Meanwhile, holding my feet, I walking stressed like the whole fucking. It got to the point that I was walking right. Get what I had again. I got stand. I got walking. In the back of the mile away. There's no walking. Take you there. Oh my God! Those days. Get out over my room. Take you there. Get stuff back in the home. So I should not want to take things every day. I look like one of those things that I just get up and they did a but had it down. This is what back. That's I'm told now. Alright. Let's walk. That's the brain. Wow. Bang. I got out. I started taking the problem. Okay? Problem. Really cut a stitch. That's not a problem. That's not a problem. It's what is the problem? I take and it's I mean I so I don't I get done. Holy shit. On it. Takes a rush. Blood cells. Worst fucking blood. Blood. That's why I can't do it. Man, bro, get the waste of waste of change fucking life. Blood and just you love myself playing with friends in the fucking yes, that but like you know And I was thinking, well, took forever to tell me having that thing made 2 years ago. Now that you got to learn how to track it. Now, got to go after that's all I my world. That lets me know what I'm thinking about it. Now, oh, you think I can do it? I want to realize we're doing yeah, that's why I'm driving to the city, but I'm okay. That's what happened. That's what happened to me. I spoke about it. I love you. Just wrap this up. Thank you for having me. Glad you're in town. I'm because of the fun. Everybody, stay safe. Bye, buddy. Shake your head. Never look back. Yeah, yeah. It's very simple. Breathe. Me? Oh, funny story. I know. I'm funny. Yeah. Back one when I was a kid, it's pretty big. Uh, one of these cranes, pipes, big concrete pipes, bang me up to the head. Yeah. Oh yeah. know it free, fight censorship, and support free speech.
fucking like horseback with the 62 princess. That's how fucking athletic this is, folks. I love doing these fucking things. They are known as captures and they suck dick. Why did they make us do them? Because we have to. Some sort of protection against AI robots. Like, bitch, look at this move. This move in the verification code. Dog, no one gives a fuck. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Poland, suck this dick. Look at this move. Poland's flag is a lot like Malta's, which is also a lot like Indonesia's. Everybody knows it. Everybody shows it. Everybody knows it. Wah, wah, wah. Oh man, I bet people get really fucking like different. What's the difference? Poland's is red on the bottom, white on top. Malta's is red on top, white on the bottom, as is Indonesia's. How about Malta versus Indonesia? Dude, they're like a color red, I think. I don't even fucking know. And I don't think anybody knows. Why? Because no one knows that shit, bitch! No one's ever compared them to the history of mankind. Why? No one cares. That's the thing. No one gives a flying fuck. Look at this athleticism, though. Look at this move. Look at this move. Hey, called Malta versus Indonesia flag. Dude, wasn't somebody like, dude, there's like, you could literally pick anything but that. That's already taken. Malta? You think it's Malta? No, dude, Monaco? Ratio of 4 versus 2. Oh, dog, that is so difficult. Monaco's is darker red, son. Like, barely. Monaco is a darker red. Dude, I think that Monaco should change their fucking flag. That's cool, they made it square. Ish, not really. Yo, dog, you see that rabbi? Yeah, he's done more captures, or they've done more captures than any person in global history. Wah, wah, wah. Then we go like wah, wah, wah. Why? Because this one time we were watching him in his room after Tommy John surgery himself into the netherworld, perhaps, and he just was going wah, 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 and then we all just started going wah, wah, wah. Why? Why not? And now we do it. It's like 100 years later, and we're still going wah, 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 whenever we see this motherfucker. Wah, wah, wah. Why? I just told you, no one knows. Dude, this sucks. This page uses too much content or whatever. Dog, that's a fucking Bezos problem. That ain't a me problem, baby. Sucks. Age of spin. Wiki, wiki, wiki. Netflix, go fuck yourself. Shit in Russian. Very much. Look at this. Whoa. Did you see this? Like, little sign? Oh, weird. Shoot your shot, dog. Oh, what a great shot. fucking. Oh, baby girl. 2 holes? That was the shot. In some cases, investigations revealed networks where single individuals like this motherfucker operate hundreds of accounts, engaging in bulk messaging, identical replies across unrelated conversations, and mass following behaviors that disrupt the platform experience for all users, regardless of underlying content. Actually, don't do any of that. welcome. Motherfucker, I didn't want to speak with you anyway, son. With you? Yeah, with you, bitch. Shout out. In some cases, investigations revealed networks where single individuals operate hundreds of accounts, thousands, engaging in bulk messaging, identical replies across unrelated conversations, and mass following. I guess I've done all those. Not really bulk mess. I guess bulk messaging. Yeah, definitely. Behaviors that disrupt the platform experience for all users, regardless of the underlying issue. But what if you're a pimp? Wah, wah, wah. Should be allowed. Damn, girl. Who was that? Where does he talk about? They must have cut it out. Oh, is it on here? I was gonna say.
I was at the Kentucky Derby very long time. Right after I quit, there was a party hosted by Michael Jordan, and every athlete I ever admired was in that room. Yes. And I saw a familiar face by the bar. And drinking. Stop. Now, remember, at this time, we were both athletes. And we went over and we're talking to one another, and motherfuckers were making together. See, me and Chris Tucker at that point, we were like Bigfoot riding a unicorn. You wouldn't believe it, would you? And all the coverage, the was cheap. Ready. All get together for a picture. And at the same time, sorry, my career's too flimsy, man.
Listen, once again. you little bitch. Athletic, just exceptional athletic. Come on, you what? Oh, that's one. I gotta take this. Calm the fuck down, bitch. That's spam. That's the read by everybody about him. Everybody's talking. I take a shit. Allegedly, dog. Come on, you shitbag. Server play. Hook a brother up. It's sucking. yeah, I remember your report card, Ruthie, you stupid bitch. No one remembers that. Bye! Ruthie and fucking no one gives a fuck land. Straight A this dick. Straight A this ass. Go. This is just. That's not what I want. I want equanimity or whatever the fuck this is called. Lady, are you fucking living in the past? I know you got straight A's, you stupid cunt. Lady, you're the smartest fucking woman in your 8th grade class. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, you were so shy. You didn't learn how to interact with motherfuckers. Come on. Bullshit. If I hear this motherfucker say she was smart one more time, throwing fist. What is this bullshit? Okay, you didn't get accepted in the Honor Society. That was 67 years ago, lady. Shut the fuck up. Oh, because you were shy. Okay, well, I guess you should have spoke more then and less now. Peace. Woman, no, look, Ruthie, I'm just going to be honest with you right now. Everyone hates you, and they're happy that you didn't make your 8th grade Honor Society. You stupid bitch. Come on, you fuck. This is just the worst. We stream. I stream, you stream, we all stream for. We stream. Come on, you slut. Oh, this rabbi. Welcome. How are you? What up, Alex? How you living? Hey, can you hear me? Alex, can you hear me? How's your day going? Oh, yo, how are you, big dog?
Yeah, keep on saying.
How'd you find out about me, Alex?
Oh, big daughter.
No way. That's amazing, dude. Thank you so much for coming. Alex, you're the man. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? All right. Well, first and foremost, apologies for my bots if they've been annoying. I stream my life. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore anywhere. I have been streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Alex, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, he is all over that.
Absolutely.
Alexa.
Oh, no problem at all. Okay, so you've seen The Truman Show, you've seen Big Brother. That's essentially what my life is. I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams simultaneously. I want to help end world hunger with this platform through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. I know that's a lot of words. Essentially, it's worth $100 million, and something that we do as a project is build wells in developing nations, such as Nigeria. I am a major advocate for the Life Straw program and also desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you didn't know, data overtook petroleum as Earth's #1 resource in 2018, and that may make me an influential person because I have more data stored online than any person ever. And if that does make me influential, I want to help you have generational wealth. If you don't already have it, I want you to have financial independence. I want you to be able, if you don't already have it, to be able to give your friends and family everything that they need, and then eventually start charities of your own and philanthropic organizations of your own. I talk about I talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, faster than light communication, faster than light travel, alien disclosure. I talk about de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded. They've made it their goal. It's known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so then we're on the same page. They're going to try to do it with Asian elephant surrogates. They already, maybe you heard, they made news recently with the dire wolf. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think is a mind-blowing project. Other things that I want to do that directly help you and your friends and family. When you were born, Alex, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. If you want, this is all with your consent. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapy to get you to 100, 120. But then eventually, you may say, Rabbi, I'm 120 years old. This is great, but my body's starting to break down. What's your next plan? Again, Alex, this is all with your consent. But the idea is that we would utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Alex, that you may be able to achieve some type of digital immortality in the future. And additionally, I'm a major advocate for the decriminalization of all drugs. How do you like that? Excellent, my man. Well, I want to just apologize again. Apologies for all of the spam likes and spam replies. I do it because I am sick of war. I'm sick of war going on everywhere in the world. Pardon me? Oh yeah. So I'm just watching his stand up. So, or I shouldn't say his stand up, his podcast. So he's interviewing Jordan Peterson, if you know who that is. Excellent. So you should be able to see me, and then you see the TV or the other device that I'm watching. I'm live on 18 different YouTube. Excellent. I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more data online than any person ever. And with the bots that I create, I'm going to go viral one of these days. And when I do, I'm going to do my best to make all your dreams come true. How's that sound, Alex? Excellent. Well, you're such a nice person. Thank you so much for having the courage to come and meet me. And I don't want anything from you. Really, I want to be able to give you things in the future. So, with that, do you have any questions for me, or is there anything that you need? Okay, perfect. You're not alone. A lot of people who come in here are like, wow, this is a lot, but they're very positive to my project. And you should just know that I'm generally as positive a person as I can be. I do my best to be excellent. I do my best to have an optimistic view of the future, and I just want to give people hope. So if there's anything that you need, Alex, or your family ever needs, I'm here to support you in all of your endeavors and just to be a good person in your life. Okay, do you want to talk about it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
It just can't work. Not paying the government on every place. Need getting into drinking drugs, losing a mind. I don't want to believe it.
You poor thing. Well, I can tell you that I think that the end is near for your plight. I really mean this. More and more people come into my Discord every day, find out what I do and the positive impact I'm having. And one of these days, I'm going to annoy enough people on Blue Sky that I'm going to go viral. Then you're going to be one of the first people we help, Alex, and you and your family. We're going to be able to afford your sister's hip replacement and perhaps counseling for your family and make everything in your life as good as we can. Well, the data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than anybody ever, which means I'm essentially sitting on a gold mine of the world's data to be able to, for the world to be able to browse through and learn from. So here's the thing: this is like a time capsule or a timeline for human society. In addition to what I do, I'll be able to essentially be a spokesperson for many different brands to be able to make money. I'll just be able to monetize my account and all my social media. So really, I think that not only will I become a millionaire and you'll become a millionaire, I also think we'll become billionaires. And eventually, I think we'll be trillionaires. Now, you may say, well, trillionaires, that's a lot of money. Yeah, but you have to understand that inflation is a thing. And so when I was a kid, everybody wanted to be a millionaire. I'm sure you're the same way. And
Yeah.
excellent. And now all the kids want to be billionaires. And in a generation, excellent, everybody's going to want to be a trillionaire. And so with inflation, when I say that I'm going to make you a trillionaire, I'm going to do my best to take care of all your financial worries for the rest of the time.
I mean, these data.
Yeah.
How do you store it?
So it's stored on quite a few different places. I do my best to multi-stream. So all of my 18 streams are stored on the YouTube servers, but that would be Alphabet. I'm on Twitch right now, so that's the Amazon servers. I'm stored on Twitter right now, so that's the X servers. I'm on some that I don't. And then in addition, I have months of SD cards and terabytes of data that I have stored. So I basically have almost about 4 years worth of data. And it's not only more than 3.5 years since the pandemic. And so not only will people want to watch this because it's an interesting story and all my social media to get to know me and all those other things, but more importantly, in the future, people will study this from an academic perspective at a university level, perhaps, basically to learn what my body habits are, my behavior habits, my social interactions, my sleeping habits, my circadian rhythm, my eating habits, my drinking habits, everything about the human body. So it'll be like, okay, you're on camera a lot? Okay, well, we'll be able to help you with that, my friend. I get a lot of those people in here.
It was always change. I know how things start to one, but if and it changed the world, I lost my arm.
Well, we'll do everything that we can so that you get the treatment that you need. We'll make sure that you have more cannabis than you'd ever wanted in your entire life and anything else you like to do that brings you joy. And we're going to take. Oh, are those cigarettes? Okay, well, we'll give you anything that you need that will be able to perhaps help you. Excellent. You're already signed up. You're on this stream. So basically, every person that I've spoken to, excellent. Okay, so how do you find me? Sure. It's discord.me, like me, the pronoun, /rabbi. If you see in the upper left corner, that's where you can always find me. Absolutely. Discord.me /rabbi. And if you ever want to see me in YouTube, just type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live. But you'll always be able to get me in here. Now, when you tried to use the link that I have in Discord or in Blue Sky, did it just have a broken URL or something? I certainly understand that. Well, you have the courage and the brilliance to be able to find me, and if you ever need me again, I mean, you're in here, so you certainly can just go back to your old Discords, but then all Discord servers. But if you ever need me, it's just discord.me /rabbi, just like up in the corner that you see how it's written, and you can always. I am an official rabbi, absolutely. I don tefillin. Absolutely. Well, that's why I'm here to help you. I daven 6 days a week with my tefillin. We light candles for Shabbat, which it currently is. It's actually the holiday of Shavuot, starting at sundown tonight for the next 2 days. That's where we celebrate as Jews getting the oral Torah on Mount Sinai. I also say blessings on food. Just do everything I can to be as Orthodox Jew as possible while still live streaming my life. I do my best to be a good role model for people, to be a pillar of the community, and to just be a good role model for individuals. Now, it's certainly not perfect, but nobody is. So if you ever need anything, oh, of course, I think we all do. And no, I love it. This is my passion. This is with every day that goes, I get more and more motivated because I know the light is at the end of the tunnel. I mean, I've done this for years where I didn't talk to anybody. I just streamed my life and figured somebody's going to see it someday. But eventually, I just began promoting myself and getting people to know who I am. And people, Blue Sky, post about me every hour or so. And that's really motivating because I know eventually more people will have the courage, like you did, to say, "Who is this person who just reposted and liked my post? They're doing it all the time. They come in here and they learn about me and learn about what I do." And I just find that to be extremely exciting. That's okay. I understand. Okay. Well, maybe in the future. I hear it. It's nice. It's all right. Well, in not too long, we're gonna buy you some cartons of what are known as marshmallow cigarettes. They're the kind of cigarettes that people smoke on camera, on television, and in movies, so they don't have harmful effects on their body, and you'll still get the gratification. They're called marshmallow cigarettes. You can buy them on Amazon right now if you wanted. So I always wondered, they do not have nicotine in them. They have it's a plant. It's called marshmallow. I don't know if you've ever seen people who smoke on television or in the movies, but they're actors and actresses, and they always have to worry about their body, and they can't let the real cigarettes age them. So they use what are called marshmallow cigarettes, and they have them in all kinds of flavors. So they have chocolate ones, and they have peppermint ones, They have all kinds. They have like 35 different flavors. So they're very good. And if you need that nicotine kick, we'll get you, perhaps if you want, we'll get you vapes for that, or perhaps oral packs, or even just patches. But we'll get you off of it. So don't you worry. You're definitely on our list of people to help. Excellent. Well, with that, you should know I'm here to help in any way that I can. I understand that you may have other things that you need to do, or you can feel free to watch. I'm just watching a podcast right now, and just know if it's not now you need me, but you need me in the future. Again, discord.me/rabbi. Come on in here, and I'll help you in any way I can. Okay? You're welcome, my friend. I'm based in California, Los Angeles area. Yeah, beautiful. Amazing. Well, we've got a lot of people from the UK in this Discord, so you're amongst friends. We have people from all over the world. Absolutely. And again, apologies for my bots. It's really the only way that I have to be able to promote myself. But you should know that the little bit of pain that it causes of people to have to get a notification will all be worth it, I think, in not too many months when I go viral and we're able to help really the world. So that's an exciting opportunity. Just tell your friends. Excellent. Alex, it's been absolute excellent. Thank you so much for introducing yourself. You're a lovely individual. We're going to help you. Take care, Alex. Thank you. Peace, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. Peace. Shout out to Alex. What a sweetheart. We're going to help him.
partially got off. I think the big reason he got off was right. Yeah, right. To the whole George it all together like that. Like what they actually the combination. The content is horrible, but also fine. Like most people probably that you probably would have that's my understanding. But which is always interesting trying to minimize that. You know, I'm always gotta be able to say the situation can be multiple ways. Yeah, that's well, that's where it's very difficult to get your moral pathway. All your good. Yes, which is oftentimes the case comes to conflicts, right? Yes, conflicts are very complicated, and people want it to be binary. Want there to be a good guy and a bad guy. Oftentimes, not really the case. It's hard to organize yourself for combat. Quite convinced that you're the good common necessary part of all you standing around. Of course, you moralize. Well, friend, default.
You think you'll ever see that? Do you think that audio will ever be back? I have a feeling something bad happened. She'd be here.
Yeah, that altercations are often short. We're in life. Well, that's necessary. That's otherwise acting. Yeah, and oftentimes you have to put wrong thing or like fail to act or hesitate. It's gonna cost you. And you have to learn that lesson. It's very difficult to like know that without experiencing the state. You have to have failed to act. Yeah, well, that's we do basic clinical practice and with mental act. I don't know what to do. Should I? Well, nothing. Wait around and figure out what to do. No, you should put together a bad plan. You should implement it because even if you fail in the implementation, you gather information, and then you rectify the plan. So, making that play, know what to do, makes you older and that good idea. Best any plan is better than a bad plan can experience either as yeah, that's really difficult for young people. I think more so today than ever at any time in history. Distractions are many and they're so engrossing. You know, if you get out of high school, don't know what to do, and then you start playing video games, and you're on social media, a day slip by like that. A day becomes a month, becomes a year, before you know yeah, right, you have to do shit. And that's really common. That's really and I don't think they ignore those back action. Yeah, well, algorithms optimize for short-term. So, you know, it's a weird thing. Imagine.
Hey, shut the fuck up.
Well, why not have a double or And the thing about the maximum, so basically they're actually optimized for heat. And then you might say, well, so what? Getting what you want. Well, the problem short term hedonism doesn't play out well over any time span. So that's why you have to mature. Painful, annoying, but absolutely necessary and much better than alternative. That's pretty grown up, and I'm a little past my self life now too. I think people are afraid of fun. I think that when you grow up, you fun, but it's not true. You can grow up and have fun. You just have to discipline and prioritize your time. Like, well, that's where crazy come in.
Look at this move.
Right? You have to
This athleticism. This move. Look at this move. Look at this. Stada, stada. Come on, you little bitch. Damn it, guys.
Pretty much any turning, and because it has to be terrible, like my wife and I researched why this marriage or function. Once I figured out the relationship, I mean, lectured a long time about how to conduct one's life, become tyrant or handmaid, silent handmaid tyrant, let's say, aiming at play. But when we say one of the things we said, let's have fun. And I've been thinking this about what attitude I should talk to. There isn't a better attitude. There isn't a better attitude. So, and I think
There's revelation at Larry Bird. Zoot, how you living, pimp? What'd you say, big man? Oh, that's what I like to hear, baby. Dog, I'm gonna tell you what. I don't think I've ever been better at this very moment at mini golf than I am right now. Yep. Yes, it was. How you living, big dog? Good for you, man. That's phenomenal. How's that going? Are there any fat girls at your gym that are attractive? Heyo, that's a good thing. Well, yeah, they're super shy. You gotta talk to Asian chicks. Zoo, what the fuck was that, man? Are you sure about that? What a fucking shot. One of the best shots of my entire career. Now you can make one of the best shots of your entire career if you make this. And you did not. Uh, do we count comedy specials? Okay, because I watched like 5 comedy specials last night waiting for you. Um, what's the last movie that I watched? Um, that's a good question. Oh, I think Ready Player One. That was in November. I don't really like movies. I used to, but ever since smartphones came out, I like to watch movies and be on a smartphone. I shouldn't say I don't like movies. I like movies, but I like being on a movie and being on my smartphone, like just kind of zoning out. That was almost one of the greatest shots ever. Oh, for sure, dog. I have it. Yep. I don't tell you a lot of things, big man. Okay. Yep. Oh, baby. Dog, you just hit my ball in the water. Why'd you do that? Dude, I told you I was playing like a G. I was playing ranked people. I'm as highly ranked as I've ever been. I'm like in the top 4,000 in the world. My goal is to be in the top 1,000 in the world. But that's really hard. No. Go, baby. Dude, I just beat the shit out of you. Okay. Did you know that you just lost? That was not a good shot, Zoot. Dude, are you gonna go? Oh, Zoot. That was almost one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. What a shot. Zoot, what are your thoughts on getting your ass kicked so badly? That's a good shot, dude. Are you proud of your shot? No way. No way this is a good shot. You're gonna fuck it up. One of the greatest shots you've ever had, Zoot. I know, you sent me a picture. Whenever I play it by myself, I think how difficult that would be. Good job, Zoot. With somebody pushing you, yeah. Dude, what are your thoughts on Taylor Swift getting her music catalog? Yep, I think so. It was owned by the Disney family.
artists you find that kind of trade?
Well, can they be bands?
That I can be anything.
Well, you said artists. Which, could be individuals.
Yeah, artists.
All right, the Beatles, Rolling Stones, and Michael Jackson.
But I don't think album or people with man.
Yes, people are still gonna like that music. But those catalogs are only good for like 75 years. Then they become public domain, so it doesn't matter. United States.
I mean,
Correct. Like Beethoven or Mozart. The best chance for that to have happened already passed, at least in the United States. That's why Winnie the Pooh and Mickey Mouse are now in the public domain, though not all Mickey Mouse versions, just like the earliest ones. And then in the next like 15 years, it'll be like Daffy Duck, Bugs Bunny, Superman, some others. Zoot, you lost again. Do you want to be interviewed?
wasn't really many.
Yeah, it does. It means that you can like print T-shirts with the Beatles logo on it and stuff.
What do you think about it? I was down.
Who's that, Big Dog? That's a good one, man. You ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen in your entire life? Dude, I'm on fire, baby. Did you just see how good that shot was? Did you see how good that shot was? Okay. Oh, dude, you got a chance to do well. Dude, that was phenomenal. For me, watch this. Dude, I'm fucking up, dog. Oh, you missed the sheep. Are you gonna be able to make it? You like Fat Girl Investment? Okay, now you get muted. Oh, dude, that sucked. Oh, that sucked too. Get there. Oh, Zoot. Great shot. Look at this shot. I'm gonna fuck your ball up so badly this next shot. Whatever you do, I'm gonna fuck with you. You literally, I don't think, can put it in a spot where I'm not gonna fuck with you. So I'm just telling you in advance. You're fucked, son. You're fucked, big dog. Okay. You ready to get fucked? Bye bye. Hey, Zoot, you ready for this? Bye bye. Bye bye. Fuck, I should have scored. I fucked up. I was too busy bullying you. That's alright. Make this shot, Zoot. Make it. I want you to make it. Alrighty, Zoot. Big shot here. Stop. Dude, if you don't make this, I'm gonna fuck with your ball. So you better make it. What a great shot. Basically one of the best shots we've ever seen. And you missed it. Guaranteeing me at least a tie for the win. Thanks, baby. Zoot sucks dick at this hole. And I hit a perfect shot. I don't know if the shot could be any better than what I just did. This is dedicated to Zoot. That's not good. Zoot. This one's dedicated to you, baby. Dude, I just beat you. Dude, are you aware that you just lost? How'd you like that shot? Annoying, now I have to shut you off. Dude, what the fuck was that? Phenomenal, dude. Oh, what a shot. Did you see that? Did you see that, dude? Dude, my shot's better than your shot. Easily. because you just took a shot and missed, and I'm going to take a shot and I make. See, there's a difference. My ball's in the hole. Your ball's not in the hole. Do you understand the difference?
I didn't realize.
Of course you did.
I didn't realize.
Of course you did. Zoot, what in the fuck are you doing, son? Maybe. Yeah, because I'm sexy. Thanks, baby. Look how good this shot is. Baby. I just had somebody in here from UK, so I'm getting more people that come in here from Discord. I don't care about, or from Blue Sky. I don't care about viewers. I just care about people coming in here for Blue Sky. I'd be very happy. I'd probably run around. Oh, I don't know how. Hold on, my shot sucks. I mean, I'll probably just answer questions and review my old footage, my social media, go through my blog, talk about futurology, and then start buying the stuff that I need, like data in a car, and then start traveling. I think I'm going to go to New York first, then perhaps Miami, and then I'm going to go to, I'm going to buy some houses in the Los Angeles area, and then I'm going to start traveling, and then set up a 403c, like a charitable organization in the United States, and then have people give to it. And then go to Australia and slang dick. Find that girl in that bookstore. The Zoot bookstore. Zoot, you might win. Zoot, you are going to win. You tied for the win. You suck at this hole. You think you won straight up? You tied to win, dude. No doubt. Nice try beating me, though. All right, big dog. How are you going to do at darts? Well, just because of my pure sex appeal, but I don't practice like you do. I don't like starting with 45. 20. 1. 1. Terrible. Dude, fucking awful. 20. 20. Amazing. Dude, don't fuck up. Don't go over. Don't bust. Bust. Dude, I just checked out. Oh, bust. I'm up 1-0 on you, Zoot. 19, that sucked. 9, that sucked even more. 5, that sucked. I'm gonna get 3 20s in a row just to show you how it's done. 1. Boo. Oh, that was terrible, Zoot. 20. 1, 20. Dude, I fucked up. 3 9s, man. Yeah, 999. Alright, I need the greatest round of my life. 1 1. Get that bullseye. You almost had a perfect round. Fuck, dude. My finger keeps slipping on that. Garbage. I know. You don't need 15, you need a 10. Triple 10. Oh, you could have gotten it with double. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Zoo. Okay, you're winning 2 to 1. Dude, I'm playing like garbage. I've got some shit on my screen or something. Wow. Dude, what the fuck? Get it. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was. Alright, last game. I need a break. That's okay. It's 501 double out. Dog. And I'm playing from behind from the get go. I got 1 point, dude. Double 25. That was great. Double 25. What'd you say? No. It's against my religion. I would say under normal conditions, like if they make it so that you can get temporary tattoos in the future, then something like that perhaps. But I don't really want anything drawn on me. Yeah, but I wouldn't want it on me permanently. Dude, I'm playing like absolute dog shit. I keep throwing it really high.
I'm not gonna say her ruin it. I just but it's saying I think there's well, you got that tattoo.
Wow. What a loser. Was she hot?
I'm not covering
Was she hot? Like super hot? Just okay? What a loser. Dude busted. Rabbi busted. Double 16 for the win. Oh, almost. I need a 1. Let's see here. I'm going to actually throw it. There you go. 8. Double 4. Get that double 4, Zoot. Double 4. Double 4. What are you doing?
Now you're gonna miss.
Zoot, double 8. Bust. I don't think so. I'm in agreement. Dude, double 8. Double 4. Nice checkout. No. Alright, I need a break. I just need a break. I need a break. I gotta do my box. Give me 10 minutes.
Like pornography essentially is very difficult to acquire. True, true. Right? I used to have to go somewhere to get pornography. Isn't part of accessing pornography just the access? It's painless. Oh, definitely. But you could imagine that you might have hypothesized that control felt right out of sex that pornography is less necessary. That would be so certainly the availability. We would never know though, because no birth control. When was it? 19? That's really when it started on it. When it's to ramp up, let's say. It's so crazy. Change the dynamic. Women could have sex for recreation. People that and not have any consequences in terms of like having to carry that child. Whereas that was always giant. You're a woman, back of your head, every time you have sex with a child, plus you. Yeah. Well, then every time, right, this thing where it's a guy, like you have biological imperative for your seed, but you're not thinking about making seed, right? You're thinking about sexual activity. When a guy's having sex, he's not thinking, I can't wait to make a baby. He's just thinking, boy, sex is great. Oh, boy, that's fun. You're not thinking, I'm making a baby. Because that would make you hesitant. Nature's not interested in hesitation. Nature's like, no. Let's just make you dumb as fuck for about 20 minutes and focus on one goal. So why did you get married? Oh, I love a child. It's like at a certain point in time, making a baby more of a commitment, right? Get a life. The commitment of getting married. Right. It's also, why did you think a child? So you said you like it. It's life in raising a child. It becomes a very different thing. I think I have a lot of friends who have kids, and I'm not the type that thinks everyone should have a kid. You know, I know a lot of people with kids that I don't think everyone should have kids. I think you should do whatever you want. I don't know how your brain works. I assume your brain works along similar lines with me, but there's a thing that happens usually similar lines. Okay, we all share similar lines. There's an empathy that comes from having a child, an understanding that we are all
This athleticism, folks.